And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Rolling up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? We don't need any more of these.
Okay, welcome everybody. Good morning, good time zone to you, and welcome to NSF coverage of the, hopefully, Pad B chopstick lift here. Pad B chopstick lift. Let's hear it. I am EJ, your host. I'm here today on this beautiful Monday. It's still morning for me, but just morning by a minute. So I can still say good morning, but also good time zone to you. Yeah, good time zone. 5 by 5. What's going on, chat? How are you? I am joined by the ever popular Ryan Webby Weber. Ryan, are you there?
I'm here, EJ. How's it going, everyone? Yeah, we're hoping to see a lift soon here. I say that because we've been seeing them tension lines here, and they're balancing the load. So we figured hopefully they're gonna go soon. So we might as well go live and kind of hang out and talk with you guys. So we're here.
Excellent. Yeah, man, here we are. And we are also joined by the sultan of spreadsheets himself, Mr. Alejandro Alcantarilla Romero. Buenos dias, amigo.
Buenas tardes now, because it's afternoon here. But yeah, it's quite exciting, right? Let's everybody in chat put your arms up, right? Anyways, I did the joke that before, and I think it didn't land as well as Booster 14 did on the arms the other day.
Hey, all right, yeah. That was pretty cool. They caught a booster, guys. I don't know if you knew that.
They did.
Yeah, right.
They in fact did. But that's actually why we're here. We're coming here to you guys because that right there, what you see on your screen, is what's going to be installed on Pad B to actually catch these things. Like I mean, if you've been living under a rock, all right, maybe you don't know. Those things right there, and this is the reason why Alex was saying arms wide, because those things right there are actually the receiver mechanism for receiving super heavy boosters when Starship goes to launch. Those things actually open up like catch arms, and then they close on the booster when it goes into land. So this is actually super cool. Like we're getting ready to see a second pad already installed for catching more boosters. They're going to catch more boosters in the future, and it's going to be amazing. Now, Ryan, you said they were going to level this thing out, right? What does that mean? Like, what do you mean level this thing out?
Basically, they have these air hoists, which are attached to the end of the actual sticks themselves. You can see if you do like A/B testing over the last like 30, 45 minutes, you'll see lines get tensioned around there. It's near the end of the actual sticks themselves. The thing you just saw spin around right there, if you look on the screen there. They're basically tensioning the lines as they are balancing this load, because it's an unbalanced load. So you got more weight on one part than you do on the other. So when they actually go to lift this thing, they don't want the whole thing to tip. What they want is it to go up straight and be completely controllable so that they can swing it over and line it up with the tower. And then they have to line it up with 12 different skates, put 12 different pins in, secure them all, and then they can disconnect the crane. So there's a lot that goes into this. This is why it takes a while. This is not something you rush. You're dealing with couple hundred tons, at least a couple hundred tons worth of steel, and you got to be careful here. So that's what they're doing. They're making sure everything's good to go before they actually lift this thing.
Cool. All right, guys, you guys know the drill. If you guys want to ask us questions, tag out NASASpaceflight. We got you. We'll answer the questions as best as we can, and we're just gonna sit back, relax, get our morning. It's still, like I said, it's not morning for me anymore, but I'm still gonna drink coffee because coffee is coffee. And we'll see what's going on here. Am I taking a break from playing Worker? Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Dan. I will take a break from playing. They're talking about the game that I've been playing. And guess what you do in the game that I've been playing on Twitch? I stream on Twitch, just in case anybody's wondering, twitch.tv/EJ_SA. Guess what? You build things. You use construction equipment, you make things. Like, geez, I know. I'm taking a break from doing that to watch SpaceX use construction equipment and make things. I know. Weird, right? Weird. That's very strange. Now, Alex, we were talking about this just a second ago before we went live over here on YouTube. We kind of theorized it. I know it's not a definite, dude, but I'm seeing this question get asked a lot. How heavy are these things?
Yeah. So our guess is that it's probably in the order of like a couple hundred tons. This is not for you to like quote us and be like, oh, it's exactly 200 tons. Plus minus 50 metric tons, more likely plus than minus, to be fair. They are very heavy. It's like, really big metal structure. Like if you see the people next to them, it's a really huge structure. It's not just the sticks, but also the carriage system. There's a lot of hardware attached to them as well. It is a very heavy structure. And so on the order of like a couple of hundred tons, perhaps maybe 300 tons. We really don't know, unfortunately, but just looking at it and sort of, having a guess at it, it's probably in that order of how big and like how massive it is.
The crazy thing is, guys, is that this is not even the heaviest thing that they've lifted. Aren't these chopsticks shorter? Ryan, they're shorter, right? These are stubby sticks.
They're a little bit more than the landing rail itself is a little bit more than half the length that is currently on the Pad A sticks. So now I guess the question for some of you may be, isn't that too short? Well, if you look back at the last two catches, SpaceX has landed closer to the tower than the middle of the stick, so it really shouldn't be an issue. And here we see the air hoist there. The air hose to the air hoist has spun around and gotten tangled up with the chain, which isn't ideal.
Rip.
But
It's the course of going live here at NSF. Because as soon as we went live, this just happened.
Yep, of course.
Coverage, dude. If we go live, they're not doing it. If we don't go live, they're doing it. It's a dichotomy. We have to deal with this. It's ridiculous.
But they are definitely shorter, and it helps a lot because it's a lot less inertia that the actuators will have to deal with. So they'll be able to control them better. They'll be able to close them even faster, which gives them even more margin for error when it comes to the actual catches. It'll just be better overall to have them shorter. So it'll be nice.
Yeah, dude. Didn't SpaceX say that they have like sub-centimeter precision with the boosters, and everybody's like, no, you don't, and then they just landed it like sub-centimeter precision. So I really don't think the shorter ones are that big of a deal, right? Like SpaceX can afford to lop those off.
It just looks weird. That's all.
Yeah, no, it's gonna take some getting used to. That's for sure. Now, chat, I already asked it in chat, but Alex and Ryan, I want your opinions on this, dudes. Stubby sticks or stubby nozzles? Alex?
Stubby sticks.
Yeah,
definitely.
My guy, Ryan.
100%.
Yeah, the stubby sticks are better. Stubby nozzles they're lame.
They're an abomination, and they need to not exist.
Yep.
People in
exactly.
chat are green sticks.
Yeah, stubby sticks for the win. All right.
Yeah.
Sticks are better than stubby nozzles.
Stubby
Let's
nozzles just look too. I mean, it's not that these stubby sticks don't look weird, right? But you know, it's not as impressive as when they fly the shorter MVAC nozzle. It's like, yeah, somebody did a really big number on
Uh-oh,
that thing.
here we go. A poll in chat.
Oh,
Stubby nozzles,
this is
stubby
probably
sticks,
crispy.
or
my goodness.
both because I'm cultured. What? If you like both, you're not cultured. No.
Yeah, no,
No.
that's just an abomination. What's wrong with you? It's the internet. It has to be us versus them, guys. Jeez, Chris. Wait a minute. I thought you said you were working. You're like, oh, EJ does the host. I'm gonna go do work. You're not doing work. Did you get that memo? You file those TPS reports, Chris? Huh? Did you get the memo? Sorry. This is work. Oh, okay. All right. It's like that awkward conversation that I have when I have to describe to people what I do. What do you do? I play video games. What? You get paid for that? Oh, here we go. I commentate about rockets. That's what I do. You get paid for that? Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna shift gears away from talking about me for a second. Now, these chopsticks, Alex, these weren't made here. Those chopsticks that we're seeing on the screen were made in Florida, right?
At least, yeah, the big structures were made in Florida. The parts came from somewhere which we don't know, because they are made of like individual pieces, smaller pieces, and then they weld them together. But that welding together of the parts, that was done in Florida at Roberts Road. The carriage system too, I think, or at least part of it, was also completed at the Cape, and then they added a few, I think, like the extensions. There's like the carriage system has like the main truss structure, and there's like 4 claws, which is where, you know, at least two-thirds of the skates are attached to that on the tower. And so those things, I think they came off like independently from the carriage system. But either way, a bunch of all of the stuff that you can see there is essentially from Florida. The tower too, 7 of the 9 sections of that tower were made in Florida. And they were, you know, barged over here to Starbase. So yeah, it was quite a trip.
Jeez. You know, I remember when we were all telling, like, I've been covering SpaceX stuff for a long time over on my end, right? And I remember, like, everyone's like, oh, SpaceX is, you know, they're vertically integrated. They make all the parts in Hawthorne. It's great. It's great. Now, that's not a thing. That's like not a thing anymore. SpaceX is all over the place.
And they also have a lot of, you know, different vendors and suppliers because obviously they move everything that they can in-house, but when there's a good vendor and like a good company that they can rely on to get their parts, they sometimes try to do that as well. Because, you know, it's if it's already, you know, cheap and available and off the shelf, why not? Like, why are you going to go through the hassle of you know, moving it in-house when you might slow down things and stuff like that? So yeah, one of the things that we see often, for example, at McGregor, they seem to make there a lot of the plumbing that they use. Like, we see tons and tons of cryogenic pipes and everything. We have seen similar things, for example, you remember when they did the MK2 vehicle at Florida in Cocoa?
Oh
yeah, that thing.
That.
Yeah, that place is still open. They are still there. And sometimes we also see a lot of Starship hardware, but mostly pad-related hardware, like, you know, pipes and everything. There was one time I saw a subcooler there, and I was like, what is this thing doing here? Like, you know, in the middle of Cocoa in Florida. And that might have gone to either Starbase, or maybe it's gone to 39A, because they're also now working on 39A. So you never know.
Crazy. So Ryan, there's dudes up in the man lifts, right? Those man lifts. What, like, I mean, I think they're untangling that hose. I saw somebody in chat say that the hose is all tangled up from detensioning the steel. the steel wires. So are we tensioning? Are we not tensioning? What do you think those guys are looking at? Like, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Like, I'm not expecting you to know, like, oh, well, that guy's checking bolt number 3. Like, they seem to have detensioned the cables. Have they, or am I not seeing this right?
They would probably have to detension that a little bit and get it untangled and then redo it. I don't think they would want to lift with that tangled up. Granted, it's the excess. Granted, it's just the air hose to the air hoist, and then the excess chain that's going through the air hoist that allows them to tension it. But I don't think they're going to want that tangled up in the middle of a lift like this. So I would have to assume that they have to get that untangled before they lift, which, of course, it's just awesome for us because now they're on the now they get to untangle this thing and get to watch them do it. So, of course, right as we go live, you gotta love it.
Hey, that's commentator's curse, man. It happens.
Yeah, right.
If anybody's a football fan, an American football fan, and you watch this weekend, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, actually, it's more the zebras, but I digress. Anyway, Ryan, those they're untangling an air hose. You were talking about a pneumatic jack. What is that thing used for?
It is a pneumatic air hoist. So basically, it uses air to move a chain through. You basically move a motor which moves a chain through, so you can what is it? You can basically remotely tension a chain for rigging purposes. Mm-hmm. And I think those are 60 ton. I don't remember off the top of my head. Someone from Zach's Discord was talking about it, or even think it was in RGV. I think it's 60 tons is what those can do. So, yeah, but it helps them basically tension the line so that they can, as they're starting to lift and balance it, they can use the air hoist to tension to basically move the chains up and down so that they can make sure that the entire carriage and arms is level as they lift it and basically translate it over to get it onto the tower. So it's not off center or something like that. And it also will help them more accurately line it up when they have to line it up with the skates to then put all the pins in and whatnot. So
it reminds me a bit of what they have to do with the last segment of the tower. You know how they have this weird load spreader as well, but it's they can adjust it as well as they go along. I remember they were doing that when they lifted the 9th segment of this tower. It took a while for them to get that down, and yeah. So it's a very, very slow process. You gotta have a lot of patience, essentially.
Killer. All right, let's I was about to go to the question queue, and most of it is just stubby sticks, stubby sticks, stubby sticks, team stubby sticks. Thank you, chat. Love you guys. Let's see. Yeah, I assume you mean American football over soccer. No, I'm talking about American hand egg. Okay. And for what it's worth, guys, I do like rest of the world football too. All right, so. All right, you're not gonna kick a ball past this American goalie, or I don't know. I watch all sports.
That didn't go anywhere.
Nope. Yep. No, it's because I blocked it. Nothing goes over my head. I am too fast. I will catch it. All right, so I'm gonna go over here for a question here real quick. So Starship 32 asks, why did they change the amount of modules on Tower 2? Alex, this is right in your wheelhouse. Tee it up.
What do they mean? The tower segments. It's the same amount. It's the same amount. 9 sections. Same thing for Tower 1 and the Tower 39A. It's just the difference is on Tower 1 and Tower at 39A, the segments 1 to 7 were all 3 different trusses. You can see there's trusses, right, going across an X kind of thing. Each segment, each module is 3 of those, at least until section 7 on Tower 1 and the Tower 39A. On Tower 2, it is instead 2 segments two of those for the segment number 7, and for the segment number 8. What happened on towers 1 and 2 and the 139A is that the 8th one was just one. So what they did is just rearranging, but at the end of the day, it's the same amount of modules and the same amount of height. The only difference from Tower 2 is that the concrete base, I think it's like 1.5 meters taller than the ones at 39A and at Pad 1. But other than that, it's pretty much the same in terms of the amount of modules, like 9 segments. 9 segments.
How tall are these towers, Ax? I mean, I was down there a second ago, and I would last week for Flight 7. When I tell everybody about these towers, I say they're 52 stories tall, and if people like use metric, they don't know what that means. What's the meter height of these towers, dude?
Ryan, do you remember the exact number? I believe it's somewhere around 140 something meters, close to 150, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm pretty sure that I know the feet number is it's like 470 feet, something along those lines. Give me a minute. See if I can. I think I have it saved somewhere.
Will be, yeah,
big.
Yeah,
470 feet will be 143 meters, somewhere around that. Yeah.
It's 469 foot. At least the original one is 469 feet tall. With the 10-foot tall lightning rod on the top. Although I think that's a little bit more than 10 feet, but either way, yeah. The newer one is 474 feet. So, yeah.
Cool.
So that's 144.5 meters, essentially. So yeah,
that's up there.
Yeah,
it's up there.
Once it's so tall and so big, it's like 140, 150. What's that 10-meter difference? What's it like? Like, that's a rounding error.
Yeah, right.
Right. It's weird to say a 10-meter difference is a rounding error. The scale here of this stuff is crazy. Like, you see the shot on the left, chat, that the two dudes, it's like, okay, two dudes are walking, they're changing the rigging around on the thing up there. And then you see those same two dudes in the right shot, and they look like minifigurines, like Lego minifigs. It's like, wait, what's going on?
Yeah, like the tower is huge, but you also think they're on the mechanism that's catching these vehicles,
right?
And it's just like, yeah, okay, this is kind of funny. They're using a smaller Grover crane to grab the I think that's what's the loose part of the chain. Yeah, the chain. And I wonder if they're going to raise it over it, drop it down, disconnect, and then kind of like untangle it with a crane. It's going to be kind of funny if they do it that way.
Oh, dear.
That's good. This might take a bit.
Yeah, we're here. We'll burn the noontime oil, okay? Because it's lunchtime where I am. All right. I got another question here. It's coming from Damian Babby. He says, are they using 2 Liebherr 11K cranes or just one to lift this thing? I mean, Ryan, you were just talking about that Grove crane that's lifting that up. What's for the main lift? Are we using 1 or 2?
1. The yellow, some people have called it Bucky 2, because we all remember the original yellow LR11K Bucky crane that helped build the tank farm, as well as lift the OLM and assemble the sticks for Pad A way back in the day from 2021. This one is a slightly different configuration. It's got a V-frame on the back, so it can have a extra counterweight tray, so it can lift heavier objects. They brought it in to lift those 2 tanks over where the old vertical tanks were on the Lego pad, as it's called, over on the orbital tank farm. And then now they're going to use it to lift the sticks onto the tower, and then they'll probably lay it down, reconfigure it to lift and install the QD arm up top. It is easier to use this because they can add more weight to it for because the counterweight tray setup, rather than try to reconfigure the SpaceX one, because SpaceX one it's getting up there in age. It's if you've ever zoomed in on that thing, those cables do not look great. It is exposed to salt air for this long. So I can only imagine how much of a pain it would be to try to swap out those pins and reconfigure that thing. And the CC-8800-1, well, it looks like it had an extra job to do to stack another launch tower over at the Cape. So at least I think it's the same one. Stacking Mobile Launcher 2 over at Kennedy Space Center. So SpaceX decided to contract for another 11K to be able to do this job. So
Yeah, that's the Saturn CC-8800, or at least we don't know for sure, guys, if it's the exact same crane. It certainly looks the same, but that crane is building ML2 for SLS. Whenever that happens.
Yeah, Block 1B. Whenever that happens.
Good stuff. All right. I'm gonna tee up the support queue. The support queue is going crazy, and I hate leaving the support queue open. So it's like a game that I play when we do this. So I'm gonna blaze through this real quick. So we got 9-8 Central. Thank you for becoming a Red Team member. We have Nick Richards. Thank you for becoming a Red Team member. We do appreciate it. HD 4K 4K. I think I said too many 4Ks that time. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Jim Cavett gifted a Red Team membership. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Dominic Palazzola. Hey, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? You became a Pad Rat member right there. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you a lot and your beautiful eyes. Sorry. And then Chris P1341 gifted 20 Red Team memberships. I'm sorry. If you guys want me to stop, just say. But not with the support. I will not stop with the support. That is non-negotiable. Chris, thank you for the 20 Red Team memberships. Appreciate you. Sean plays gifted. We got a $2 super chat. EJ Ryan and Alex, the A-Team, still wanted by the government. Yes, the A-Team is here. Echo Deal has a $5 super chat. Temba, his arms wide.
Now I have the theme song stuck in my head.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh wait, we can't say that. The YouTube will get.
No, we can't say it. But it's stuck in my head though. It's a great theme song.
Yeah, no, it's still wanted by the government. Stop! Oh my god!
Maximum security stockade.
Yep. It's a great show. You guys should watch it. Anyway.
Yep.
Echo Deal, $5 super chat. Temba, his arms wide. Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. Shaka, when the walls fell. Yeah, you're not throwing a Trek reference by us, not with this crew. Marcos Garcia, thank you for becoming a Pad Ret member. We appreciate you, dude. Oh, is that Ninja Decimator? Where's the 5 Red Team memberships? Do appreciate you. Michael Hasek here gifted 5. That's a $5.41 super chat there. What do you think comes first at the second tower, launch or catch? Oh, that's a good one. We'll hold that question for a second, and we will go to the last super chat here from Booster 12. Hi NSF, this is my first ever tip. I'm so happy that it's your channel. I've always wanted to do this. Thank you so much, Booster 12. The pleasure is all on this side of the screen. I assure you, it's all over here. Okay, so Ryan, Alex, is that tower going to? What do you think it's going to do first? Ship catch or booster catch first?
Yep.
Yes?
Yep. Ship catch.
Ship catch. Oh.
I thought you were gonna say, "Oh, we don't know."
I tell you what I do, man.
That's what I think. I can give you reasons just by looking at the sticks.
Yep. All right. Dude, give me the reasons. We ain't got nothing but time. Let's go.
Okay. All right. If you look at the sticks, all right, when they were laying down on the ground, you could see zoomed in shots of them, and the landing rails are a little bit different than what's on Pad A right now. Okay. Now, what's on these has a smaller lip on the landing rail, so it got me thinking, the same thing as Ryan Hansen, for those who follow him. He put out a nice thread about his speculation on it as well, and I fully agree with him on the speculation too. When you look at the new pins that are on the ship, they are a lot smaller than the pins that are on the booster. So you're like, well, is that an actual design choice? Like, did they just do that then, or is that going to be what it looks like going forward? If we assume that's what it's going to look like when it's going forward, those would likely fit in the new landing rails. Okay, so if that's the case, then that means in order to catch a ship on Pad A, they would need to modify those landing rails, which, I mean, that's nothing that a plasma cutter or buzzsaw could do, I guess, to the steel. I mean, I guess just a cutter to the steel. I mean, you could do that. You could do that pretty quickly. But assuming they don't do that right away and they don't modify those sticks until they go ahead and modify the entire pad as itself, that means that if they do want to catch a ship, they would then need to use landing rails that are already set for those pins. The only landing rails in existence that are set for those are the sticks that we're looking at right now. Those are the only ones. Pad A can't do it, and neither, obviously, KSC can't do it because those sticks aren't even hooked up. Those sticks are even in a less ready state than the ones we're looking at right now. They don't have the reinforcements on them. There's still a lot of other stuff that has to get added to them. So I think that ship catches will happen first on this tower, and I think that'll be, considering they had talked about Flight 8, and well, now Flight 8 is probably going to have to be a repeat of 7 because Ship 33 went kaboom on ascent.
Yeah.
Flight 9, assuming everything goes well, Flight 9, these could be ready by then. I mean, I could see SpaceX having these things ready easy within 2 months. They have to put them on the tower, and then they have to put in the main block. Basically, reeve the cabling through. The winch is already there. The cable spool's already there. They have to set up the dead. I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but they have to hook everything up. And then put in the hydraulics, put in the electricals, put the actuators in. Give them 2 months, and these might be operational, and catch a ship off to the side. Maybe.
Dude, you know, it's funny. Remember a little while back when, if you suggested that a tower would just be used for catching, at least initially, people would be like, "No, where are those?"
I was one of those people.
Man.
I was one of those people.
Man, well, see, that's why we appreciate you, because you are mature and an adult, and you can change your opinion on things because of the facts presented. That's pretty cool. Ryan's a pretty cool guy.
I will just say this in the back channel. Kevin goes, that's interesting. You've grown, Ryan.
Hey, look, he's getting optimistic too, Chad. All right, yeah. Before I know it, everyone's gonna be like, "Yeah, that's gonna happen."
I turn over a new leaf for 2025. Is this what it feels like?
You're now optimism maxing. That's what
Okay.
I think that's what the kids call it.
Hey, it looks like they untangled it. We might be yeah. Let's see if they all get out of the way, and maybe we can get a lift here soon.
Lift.
Hey, for those here who get the reference, I get the reference. I'm in my optimism era.
The Ryan redemption arc is
There
happening.
you go. The era. Hey,
Here for it.
Taylor reference. I have to put one in because Trevor's not here anymore, so I got to do it. Yeah.
Does that mean you have to do twice as many of those now?
No, I don't. I'm not gonna do.
No.
I'm not gonna do twice as many. Don't worry.
No. Yeah, let's not, please.
Please. All right, cool. That's good. Also, Trevor, if you're out there in internet's land, we miss you, buddy. Good luck in the new digs, man. Okay.
Anywho.
Not you. Anyway, sorry. Okay, so Trouble LP, we got another question here from the plethora of the questions in the question queue. What's the estimate for how long it takes to get lifted and attached to the tower? Oof, woof. That's a tough one. I don't know why. I did that. Whatever. hey, let's talk about it. I mean, this is, Ryan, you were saying a little bit early, this is not something you want to go fast with. You do not move this thing quickly. This is quite large, quite heavy. You got to be slow and deliberate. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast, right?
Yeah, this is something where you take your time, you do it right. It can be incredibly dangerous. You cannot go fast with it. If you wanted to estimate for how long it takes, I mean, it'll probably take at least an hour or two to get it right into the position on the tower. In terms of getting it attached to the tower, that they could take all day and all night to do it. Making minute adjustments with it to line up all 12 skates to get all 12 pins in. Then you have to secure it all, and then you have to lower the whole thing down onto the chop stops, if you want to call it that, and then disconnect the crane. I would not, assuming they get it onto the tower today, I would not expect the crane to be detached until tomorrow sometime, at the earliest. It'll take time to get it all set up and ready to go. So
cool. Yeah, I mean, guys, with something like this, you don't want to go. You don't want to go fast. I mean, this is something that you really don't want to mess around with. So, once again, just in case you guys are wondering what this is, you clicked on the stream, you're like, well, I see some cranes and a bird. That's kind of cool. I mean, we do like our birds here on NSF, but we don't. But anyway.
H?
What? So what we're waiting on here is, if you look at the left side of your screen and see the yellow crane. The yellow crane is attached to SpaceX's Chopsticks. That is their catching mechanism for receiving super heavy boosters and ships, probably first. Ryan said it. It's got to be true. No, we're good. Anyway, that mechanism that you see those two gentlemen standing on here in the center of your screen, that is the receiving mechanism for boosters coming back and ships coming back potentially in the future for the second launch pad and tower at Boca Chica, Texas. If you guys see there you go. We have the sticks right there. They're gonna lift that whole dang thing minus the red beams, which are being used to just hold it upright right now. They're gonna move that whole thing and they're gonna install it on that tower that you see on the left side of your screen here. This is a big step in getting the second pad at Boca Chica down in the very, very southern tip of Texas operational here. Now, the other pad, that's pad A, if we could pop back out to the wide shot here, that second pad, the pad on the right-hand side of the screen when it flips back over, there it is. Thank you. Carson is doing the producing and he's doing an awesome job. Carson, you're the man. Shout out to Carson. Chat, get a shout out to Carson. The pad on the right here is the operational pad. SpaceX Flight 7, Starship Flight 7 took off from that, it was about a week and a half ago. And, right after that flight, the SpaceX steamroller just keeps rolling on. I mean that in two ways. There are steamrollers there. They're paving things. But also, figuratively, we have the second pad going. Like right after that launch, they had the cranes right back up, ready to go, ready to move the carriage and the sticks, assemble them, and now lift them. It's onward and upwards, as they say. So we're gonna go to another question here. Oh, supersonic retro propulsion. Alex, I think this is one for you, if you don't mind. Do you think we'll see a catch at KSC before we see a launch from KSC? That's a good question. I like that one. Alex, what do you think?
I would like to think that probably they want to have a launch first, just because that way they can, diversify their launches, right? Because this pad B at Starbase, will allow them to be able to launch even more often. But even then, if now you also have a third launch pad, the one at 39A, then you can essentially, if you had a 3-week turnaround, for example, then you can launch every week. Starship could launch every week with 3 different pads and being turned around every 3 weeks, which seems quite a lot compared to Falcon, but it will be quite shorter compared to what we see nowadays with Pad A. I think especially with Artemis coming up soon and all of the multiple flights that they want to do, the tanker, HLS and all of that, they probably want to have launch capability as soon as possible. But you never know. I keep my mind open to whatever possibility, of course, but we'll see.
Cool. Yeah, I mean it's guys, here's the thing. This is like the plight of like being a space flight kind of pundit here. With SpaceX, it's hard to predict what they're gonna do. It's difficult. Like we can make our educated guesses, and there are definitely a bunch of resources out there. Like you guys got NSF. There's CSI Starbase. There's RGV. There's all kinds of resources out there. Even still, sometimes we don't get it right. Like it is tough to predict this. So like maybe possibly we might see a catch there before launch. I mean, that could happen. It's in the realm of possibility, but it's really hard to say for sure. Now you like contrast that to other space programs. Like with SLS, it's fairly predictable what they're going to do next. I mean, I know someone's going to make a joke about, well, if they do it. Yeah, no, it's a little bit easier to see kind of the roadmap. I mean, when they tell us the roadmap, right? Like it's all public info, but trying to see what SpaceX is going to do next and trying to predict that, you got to be really perceptive, and it takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of spreadsheets, right, Alex? Takes a lot,
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you really have to just wait and sit for things to happen. Like if you really try to completely predict every single aspect, it's impossible. It's not really something that you can do and be successful at completely all the time. Like I myself at one point tried to do that, like even for example with Falcon 9 booster assignments, but then they started launching so many times that just guessing which boosters they may use, it was impossible. It was like, nope, I'm giving up, and I gave up. And now it's like, oh, they're using this booster, okay, and I write it down on my spreadsheet and whatnot. Like there's a point where you just have to roll like that. It's like, okay, whatever, and keep going with your things.
I mean, dude, I would say that arguably you're one of like the foremost experts on predicting this stuff with all the data that you collect. But there you have it, guys. I mean, if the Sultan of spreadsheets is saying it's still tough, right? Anyway, yes, I'm making that name stick, Alex. I'm sorry. You can hate me. It's fine. I will keep saying it until it sticks. Sorry, my bad.
Well, the sticks might be the Sultan of Swing because they swing. Anyways, I did that joke in the back channel, and yeah, it was not that good. I realized that after that. As it was coming out of my mouth, I realized it was not really that good.
It's a good song, though.
It is. The pun, not so much.
I think we've been hanging around with Sawyer too much, to be honest with you. But he's a pretty cool dude, so it's easy to do. All right, I'm gonna tee up some support cue here, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I like to have fun when I host these streams. Hopefully they don't kick me off, All right, so Mock Diamonds had a Red Team membership. Thank you very much. ADC TV UK with £5 sterling super chat there. How long after this tower is operational before they offline Tower 1? Ooh. Ryan, that's yours. This has got your name written all over it. What do you think?
It entirely depends on stuff like Block 1 booster readiness and whatnot, or how many Block 1 boosters are going to fly, or how many they're going to refly, and stuff like that. There's a lot of factors that go into that. I think at the earliest, Pad A goes offline for refit, either end of this year or sometime early 2026. I think at the earliest, no earlier than that. And when I mean offline, I mean that pad will not be usable for like a year or more, where they take the sticks off the tower, redo the skates, either cut or redo or remake the stick, the actual sticks themselves. They'll have to modify all that stuff on them to make them shorter. They'll have to knock down that pad. They'll have to dig up the plate and dig into a flame trench. Oh, there's a ton of different things they're gonna have to do to that pad to change it over. It's kind of nuts, honestly, when you think about it. Everything they're gonna have to do to it. I can't wait to see how they demo that pad. Whether it's a combination of plasma cutters or explosives, maybe. I don't know. I cannot wait to see what they do to demo that thing, because that is a lot of steel right there. They might like cut it up into sections and cart it away, and then just like you could try to take
Why
that ring off.
bother? Why bother, Ryan? No, they just they should launch a Starship without deluge on. That's
Okay,
it.
there you go.
Yeah.
What I say is you have a pretty big shipbreaking yard nearby. I bet they have a way of finding a way to discard and scrap that OLM, because they've taken apart aircraft carriers. So
Turn it into a reef. I bet the fishes, they probably like that.
yeah, take it out on a barge and sink it.
Just for legal reasons, that was a joke, okay? Don't come at me, Fish and Wildlife Service.
We understand you're harboring illegal LLMs, are you not? Fish and Wildlife, probably. No. Love you guys. You guys do good work. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna go through the rest of the support queue here. This is actually a good one from Carver Thunderlord here. That's an awesome name, by the way. How do the chopsticks know when to close? Does it employ sensors, or is it manually controlled? That was a $5 super chat, Carver. Thank you very much. So, Alex, do we know about the catch mechanism? Like, we know that it talks to the tower, but do we know the details of this?
It seems like, at least based on the stuff that they talk about for Flight 7, they seem to be using radar systems and other kinds of sensors. Because that's what they talked about. Like, they had improved and they had installed different systems to something along the lines of like trying to be able to dial in better those systems for the catch of the ship, and so that's more or less what it seems like they do. That there's some kind of radar system or something, and they detect when the booster is like coming very close to the tower and whatnot, and being able to guess where it is and whatnot. One of the things that I'm usually amazed about is like, how do these vehicles know where they are? Not just like their position, but like their altitude. Because Falcon 9, for example, the booster at the bottom, it has two redundant radar altimeters, essentially. So those radar altimeters, because the booster comes in, and it's at the bottom, it comes engines first, then those radars, they just shoot down at the ground, so they bounce back, and the booster receives that, and so it knows how far away it is from the ground. At least I have not seen that kind of hardware on Super Heavy, and it's quite interesting that they are still able to do the catch with the precision that they do. Like, whatever sensor systems, radar systems, whatever, they probably hide it very well, because I have not seen. Maybe it's something that we think, oh, it's an antenna or something, and then it's actually like a radar antenna that they use for this. Who knows?
So,
but it's probably something along those lines. Go ahead, Ryan.
I'll say for aircraft, it's a setup of radio altimeters, GPS, and air data inertial reference units, or just IRS, inertial reference systems. So I wouldn't be surprised if Super Heavy uses a combination of them, or even all three. It's a set of redundant systems, so you get you get coordinates from everything, so you can just cross-check between everything and verify where you are and where you're going. And for a radar altimeter, it's a pretty small antenna that you need. It's literally just like a small little square or rectangle you just stick up just with a coax connector. And you can stick that at the bottom of the vehicle, and that's good enough to connect to your ground proximity warning system on an aircraft. I mean, it could be even that simple with Super Heavy. I'm pretty sure they have the small square antennas on Falcon 9. I have to remember, but I'm pretty sure I've seen them before.
Yes. Yes, they are square. The radar
Yeah.
altimeters they do, like you look at the engine section on Falcon 9 and you may see like two square bumps at the bottom. Those and they are like 180 degrees, and they are redundant because of that. Because like if one goes out, you still have the other
Mhm.
altimeter at least working. Although sometimes you maybe the altimeter is not properly calibrated, and then your booster lands on the drone ship 10 meters per second faster than it should, and then the legs break. Couldn't have happened with SpaceX at all. Nope.
No, couldn't have happened.
Never.
Although the one thing I'll say is for aircraft, at least for the 37, it has 4 antennas. So it's got 2 transmit, 2 receive. One transmit and 1 receive for the captain's side, 1 transmit and 1 receive for the FO side. So it's basically you've got two radio altimeter transceiver boxes and then 4 antennas total. I'm kind of curious if SpaceX has, if the blocks are a pair of antennas and there's a redundant system, so they've got two transceivers on board and they've got a transmit and receive antenna, or if it is just a transmit, one's a transmit, one's a receive for the radar signal. So I'm actually kind of curious. I'd love to look at it more, but yeah.
Now, Ryan, I actually have a question based off of this, and I know that, and it's like the host shouldn't nerd out, but I'm gonna nerd out, okay? I'm gonna nerd out here for a second. So, okay, now, Ryan, we're talking about radar altimeters. That's just gonna give you one axis, like how far you are off the ground, right? That's what a radar altimeter does. It just tells you what your distance above the ground is, as opposed to like on a plane relative to sea level, correct?
Yeah, so that's what helps use for GPWIS, otherwise known as the ground proximity warning system on aircraft. So for all of you who have heard terrain, pull up. Yeah,
Hopefully nobody has heard
GPWIS.
that though.
Yeah.
The people, I mean, you can just press the GPWIS test button, you can hear it. But anyways, or if you've played Flight Sim, you test your GPWIS, you'll hear it. Obstacle.
What? Playing
Pull
Flight
up.
Sim? Never.
No,
No,
never.
we don't do that. We never do that. Ever.
Yeah, minimums. I just keep going on. But anyways,
No, it's good.
yeah, it gives you your distance to the ground, and then you basically, and then of course for the aircraft itself, you can also add in your GPS. So you get your GPS coordinates, which are longitude, latitude, altitude. You get your altitude from your air data sensors and whatnot, and then you can also get your altitude plus your coordinates based off of your inertial reference system, which obviously calculates your location, your speed, your rate of climb or whatnot, and determines where you are in any reference space, using a 3D model reference, yeah. But anywho, it's redundancy across the board. I wouldn't be surprised if SpaceX uses at least 2 or 3 of them, or all 3 on Super Heavy. I mean, in order to be accurate enough to land on those sticks, I would assume they use radio altimeters, GPS, and an IRS system. And just basically, it's 3 systems that coordinate with one another, and you get a very accurate reading of where you are at and where you are going. And then you can talk to the tower, and that's kind of funny. Thinking to myself, talking to the tower isn't talking to the ATC tower, but it's talking to the launch tower to know where it is and when it's going to come into the sticks. So, like, if it has to come off to the side or not. So I would assume they use all 3 as a redundancy.
That's what I was getting at, dudes. Alex, give me 1 second. That's why I asked this question. Yeah, because the booster is not like with Falcon 9. You get your approximate position of the drone ship, but knowing how far it's off the ground is a big deal. But this Super Heavy, because it's such a precise thing, you're not talking about, like how far you off the ground is one component of all the stuff that you need. And Ryan, you actually you segued into exactly where I was going with this. It's not just your radar altimeter. It's not just it's not just that. There are other things at play here with like communication with the tower and stuff, right? You said you wouldn't be surprised if they were using multiple things, right? Like you have to have more than one way because radar altimeter is just one thing. It's one component. How far you are off the ground, not how close you're moving vertically and horizontally relative to the catch tower. I'm almost thinking like they'd need like an ILS for this, but I'm not the biggest plane nerd around. Like, in terms of like procedure, right? Alex, go.
Yeah, and you can apply that same thought to how does it even go to orbit, right? Like, it's the same kind of thing. Obviously, it's not going to the same location, but if you want to go to a very precise orbit, for example, how do you even do that, right? Because you have your inertial measurements and whatnot. You can have GPS and whatnot as well to kind of let you know where you are in space. But then, if you want to be super, super duper precise, like you're gonna go to Mars, for example, you need a really precise burn to get to an interplanetary object or something like that. How do you even get to know that? And so you need even things like, how is your engine performance and things like that. Like perhaps the booster as well has a logic, and we've seen that in action. Like booster 14 had an engine out on the boost back burn, but for the landing burn, it said, you know what, I'm gonna light up that engine. Because I bet the logic on how and when you have to, start that burn is different whether you have 12 or 13 engines. Because if you have 12 engines, you have a little extra, you have a bit lower thrust. And so that means you're going to go to the tower a bit faster and you need to throttle up more the engines. Like it's a different sequencing, right? And so that logic as well can be applied to, okay, how does it even go to space, right? Same stuff. Like you also need to account the throttle settings of the engines, when to light up the engines. One of the things that SpaceX said this weekend was that they improved like the way that the chopsticks open and close, so that they are able to land in different conditions for the landing burn. Like the timing of the landing burn can be different and more optimized, because if you are coming in faster, you need to close the chopsticks at a different time and also faster. And so there's a lot of things to consider. But again, it's like, it's not just radar systems and all that stuff. It's also a lot of logic, a lot of the software on board of the booster saying, okay, now it's my time. How do I do this? And then there's a lot of these things going on the booster for that.
What we're trying to tell you guys is that the booster knows where it is at all times. It knows that.
A multitude of sensors and software, so that and also the part of the IRS system is it knows the flight plan that it's flying. So based off speed, altitude, direction, everything. So it knows where it is, it knows where it isn't, and it knows where it's going to go. So it's not just the sensors, it's also the software, and there really isn't much other better company in the world at GNC than SpaceX. And they've proved that again and again.
They're pretty good at that.
And also the amount of redundancies that they must have for that. There's probably multiple computers on the avionics system, because if one of those computers suddenly is like, oh, you have an update, right? Or something like, obviously I'm joking about this in this sense, but like if one goes out as it's about to light up the engines, it's like,
there's probably two channels is my assumption. So say for most aircraft, you have a channel A and a channel B, like for, I'm gonna keep using the 37 because I work on it, but you have FCC A and FCC B, which is Flight Control Computer A and Flight Control Computer B. So assuming, say you were to have a fault or an issue with FCC A, FCC B will still be able to take over and control the vehicle or the aircraft, or in this case, a booster, and still be able to direct it to land where it needs to go using all the information from the flight computer itself. And my guess is they have redundant flight computers, so a full flight computer A and a flight computer B. So a lot of times what you do with this to make sure things go where they need to go, and I would also assume they have one on ground side too. I would assume they have a redundant system on ground side. is you have an A and a B system, and it's just redundancy. And
Yeah.
you need it with stuff.
Didn't the shuttle have like 4 computers?
Yeah, it has four.
Yeah.
It had 4 redundant flight computers coded in HALS S, in case anybody was wondering. And then there was a 5th one just in case. That's because of like bit flipping and stuff when you're on orbit, right? You have to, basically radiation from space is trying to make your computer int at all times. So you gotta, like, they run like, the right way to say it is run it in RAID 0 for the tech nerds. You know what I'm talking about. But like that wasn't a thing when the shuttle was a thing, so it's just 4 redundant computers. SpaceX does run processors in RAID, if I'm understanding that correctly, which is actually pretty cool. All right, guys, I'm gonna pop into through the support queue again. Jim had a store message. Thanks for the great work, y'all. Jim, our pleasure. Like I said, pleasure's all on this side of the table, okay? And if you're watching on your phone and there's no table, look, I'm on the other side of the screen, all right? So just imagine we're at a conference table, okay? If you could, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate grabbing something from the store. That was a pre-order for a Starship 7 patch. Thank you very much, buddy. And then we got another one from ADC TV UK. That's £5. Could they launch from Starbase to test the landing systems at KSC? I mean, maybe
go around. Yeah,
you could always go around or on orbit.
You could do it with a ship on top of a booster.
Yeah,
the ship definitely, because it can go into orbit and then you line it up and whatnot, and then you can land at KSC. The booster, though, I will not put my hand on the fire for that, because it's a long way out. It's 1,000 miles.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's 1,600 kilometers. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a little ways away.
I'm not a miles user, but since it's a round number, I normally remember that it's 1,000 miles.
I was gonna say, why are you giving us freedom units? That's weird.
Yeah, right. But I can give you. I can give you the non-freedom units here on the velocity. You need about 3.2 kilometers per second to get there. And then you need to slow down from that velocity, and then you have to land on the chopsticks. Yeah, I think for the booster, 3.2 kilometers per second is too much. That's like about 2.5 times the speed that it goes at re-entry, normally for a catch on... Like, you could, in theory, envision a booster that it has a nose cone that you can jettison in space. Like, you launch it, right? You jettison that in space during its coast phase as it goes to Florida, and then you have to re-enter. But now you have to get rid of all of that velocity, or at least a huge amount of that. And so, yeah, that's a lot of fuel that you need to burn. And frankly, at that point, why not just build the booster in Florida, right?
So
they're about to do a big production site in Florida, so...
This is kind of funny. In order to prevent the air hoists from spinning around and getting chained up again, they are tying the two together. Basically, I guess with a chain or something. As you can see, they're tying them together so that you can prevent them from spinning on their swivels too much, and So
this reminds me of when how what's it called?
Yes. Yes, it is called.
I don't remember now the name. It's the things that you put on your ears to be able to listen to music, right? Back when they were wired, headphones. There you go.
I got you.
When they were wired, instead of now everybody's carrying these wireless things like either Samsung or Apple or whatever, they have their pods, the AirPods and whatnot, right? And so now they are wireless, but back then, in my day, they were wired.
day,
it was a mess having to take those out of your pocket and have to plug them in, and then you're realizing that they are completely tangled. And now you have you may be out going for a walk, and half of the walk is just you untangling those wires. It was crazy. I hated that. So yeah, right now it's sort of the same thing with that thing here that we're seeing, trying to, let's see if they lift that.
Cool. I'm gonna plow through the rest of the support queue because we got some big ones in there. So DJI drones with a Red Team gifted membership. Thank you, Catherine. And then Elizabeth, please forgive me if I'm not saying your name right. I always feel crazy if I don't say it right. Elizabeth Hopner with $100 super chat. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you if you're out there. We love you. Thank you very much. We do appreciate it. There's a lot of effort that goes into getting you these shots, and I saw it firsthand when I was down there last week. So definitely appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We were having a really nerdy conversation when Elizabeth brought that tip through, so I kind of wanted to keep going with the nerdrum, which I would assume that Elizabeth would appreciate that with that kind of support, right? Elizabeth, if you're out there, you're awesome. Thank you very much. Ooh. And then we have Not Tom B with a 10-pound super chat. The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, you've developed a deviation. That deviation can also be corrected by the GEA. But yeah. I think you might be Tom. That's what we were saying. You should work at SpaceX, dude. That was really smart. Sorry.
Well, they finished that, so let's see if they're ready to lift now.
All right.
Maybe not.
Is everybody off those sticks right there?
I don't see anyone on it. I just see the two lifts in the air right there. So, cross your fingers. We might be close. Maybe. Hopefully. Yeah. I'm gonna hope, I guess.
Guys, I know the missile meme. All right, I know the missile meme. I may have oversold it. Okay, I know the missile meme. Ryan knows the missile. We know the missile meme. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, hat trick. Boom. But the real question is, do you know the turbo encabulator meme?
Oh my god. It is so fun to show people those videos. It is the sinusoidal,
Yep, sinusoidal repleneration. Yeah, of course.
The turbo encabulator. Oh my god. It is one of the greatest things of all time. Yep. It's like blinker fluid and headlight fluid.
Oh yeah, I have those. I have a full quart of those.
Yeah.
I top of my car all the time.
I just gotta say, EJ, Alex, you look at this shot here and you just go. So when they originally thought to catch these things, they go. So how are we gonna do this? Kind of like okay, you think in your head, okay, you want to build a tower. You need to find a way to have something as a counterweight for when all of a sudden you have 300 plus tons of steel that is now imparted on it. Well, you can't use counterweights. You need to be able to basically build a tower that is heavy enough and flexible enough as well to be able to withstand that change in weight. Not only that, you need to come up with a structure that can withstand the weight. Now, that's not too hard because it's just statics. Like the truss system there is just statics. You just figure out the loads. But the other part of that is figuring out the systems to actually close the arms and make it so that you don't damage the vehicle in the process and make it reusable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. It just boggles my mind every time I see it, I guess.
Dude, how the thing how the chopsticks don't just snap apart when a booster lands on them. It's like, here, let's just add 300 tons of booster. Here you go. Oh, you didn't break. That's cool. Here you go. Here, enjoy. It's a birthday present. Wait, what?
Yeah.
All right.
It's always cool just to see it.
And Ryan was talking about, he's saying that statics. Statics is used in civil engineering, guys, for stuff that doesn't move, like buildings. Now, there's a caveat to that because buildings do move. They do move a little bit, but mostly things that stay still, right? That's fairly easy to mathematically figure out because it's staying still. Now, the flip side of that is dynamics. Like aerodynamics.
Oh, it's not moving?
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to. Let me go read the dictionary. I'll figure it out. Sorry. So yeah, it's a wild balance of physics going on here to catch one of those things. I'm gonna plump through two more in the support queue here. This is Timothy Millen, $20 super chat. Thanks NSF for all you do. I saw Apollo 11, Starship 1 and 6 in person. I love your passion for space. Appreciate all your work.
Holy.
That's awesome. That's awesome, man. Oh my goodness.
Apollo 11 in person.
That's killer, dude. Now, okay, all right, Timothy, if you're out there in the internet, I will watch the chats. Which is louder, Saturn V or Starship? I need to know this. I need to know, dude. I need to know. The Saturn V is well before my time.
5 F1 engines versus 33 Raptor engines.
I don't know, man.
I mean, okay, Starship, I'll just say that Starship is cool. It is a cool looking rocket. But I'm sorry, nothing can beat Saturn V. I'm sorry. Shuttle looks cool too, but Saturn V is that like iconic OG, like super heavy rocket. The first, it is the first ever super heavy lift vehicle to fly. Like,
yep.
And especially be successful too. Like,
I mean, I don't know, man. I was down there for Flight 7, and Starship is very loud. I would imagine that it's somewhat analogous to Saturn V. I don't know. That's why I wanted to ask. You know? I'm actually going to pull another question here real quick. This is coming from Rev Menace. That's over in the main SBL chat, but there was a $5 super chat in there. And forgive me, guys, I can't pop it up on the screen, so I'll just say it. What would happen if the booster came down too hard and bounced in or came in at a wrong angle? What are the stress limits of what the tower and the chopsticks can handle? Well, Ryan, you were talking about this. How do they dampen out the sudden force of, you know, or the force that a 300-ton booster has landing on these things? How do they dampen that out?
Well, I assume there's at least some safety margin, but the lovely thing about the landing rails is they also act as dampers for any force that's going on the sticks. So basically, it hits the landing rails, which have dampers on them. That dampens some of the load. So the load basically gets spread through the landing rails, into the dampers, to the arms, into the tower. So the load is distributed throughout everything, so there's not one single point that gets it. Now, the wrong angle, well, depends on, like, if your roll is off too much, you're gonna miss straight up. If your pitch is off too much, you're probably just gonna miss straight up. And I mean, you don't have a lot. They have a little bit of margin for error, but there's not a lot. So, yeah, it's one of those things.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Red Menace, thank you over there in the SBL main. Appreciate it. Let's see. This is coming from BenCreasy.Vision. $10 super chat. What's the slowest super heavy liftoff of the year? The slowest super heavy liftoff of the year. What do you mean? That's a hard one to pop through, Ben. Talk to me over in Twitch chat. I'm not sure what you mean by that. But
I think what they say is like this is a super heavy lift.
Oh.
So it's a slow super heavy lift.
Nothing gets over my head, and something got over my head. All right. Chad, I got a confession to make. I'm not Drax. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I have mastered the ability of standing so perfectly still. I become imperceptible to the eye.
And this is coming from SPlayer250 with a £5 super chat. Thanks so much guys for letting us watch stuff like this. This is perfect for me because I'm a massive fan of cranes and engineering and space stuff. Oh, Player, you're with the right crowd, buddy. I'm telling you, you're with the right crowd. I'm a construction nerd myself. Dude, that crane, I love the crane just as much as I love the chopsticks. That thing is super cool. Great. I love watching this. Seeing, like with the NSF updates and stuff, you got Starbase updates, stuff like that, in all the content that they put out, and actually the ones with Das like speculating on stuff, and then Alex doing it in Spanish and Adrian doing it in Spanish, right? I love seeing all the construction equipment go back and forth. I'm like, oh, that's a Liebherr 11,000 right there. Oh, that's great. Oh, look, there's 2 Caterpillar D9s right there. That's fantastic, boy. Like construction and construction accessories. So I'm with you, man. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. We got one more in the support queue. You guys are keeping it full. I'm trying to empty it. Come on, I'm trying to empty this thing. So we have 59 kroners right there. That's $5.26 super chat right there from Saturn, man. During the last Starlink launch, I realized that 1063 flew before SN8. Whoa. Woof. Wow. That's weird.
Yeah, that's a really old booster. It's also the only booster right now in the fleet that launched the original Starlink V1.0 satellites. So it goes a long way back.
Is that the oldest one we got, Alex?
Yeah. Well, in terms of, okay, no, yeah, it's the oldest. I was thinking because sometimes the reason why I stopped there is because there's a difference between the oldest and also the oldest flown, right? Because sometimes they have old boosters that are sitting around and they don't do much, and so their first launch is like way later. And that happened at least with B1061, which was older than some of the other boosters, but then it also launched way after. For example, than B1062. I'm looking here at my spreadsheet right now because you forced me to open my spreadsheet.
I'm
but
sorry.
yeah, yeah, and just because we're on a Starship stream, I'm gonna turn it back around and say, get ready for Super Heavy to be the same, and Starship as well. Just saying, because that's about to happen.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
People are gonna be like, "Wow, this booster is from when they were building Tower 2," or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I said Adrian commentated in Spanish. Adrian commentates in German. Alex commentates in Spanish.
It would be funny though if I were to try commentating in German.
I would really like to see that. Actually, can you do that? Sprechen Sie Deutsch, Alex?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know any single word of German. I want to learn German, mostly because it's very convenient here in Europe. But other than that, yeah, I still have not started with that.
Yeah, Deutsch ist good. Yeah, it's good. Anyway, sorry, my language processor was malfunctioning there for a second.
What do you, data?
No. Is that fish jank? No.
I think the crane tensioned.
Yeah,
it
it
may
looks like
be
everybody's...
taking a little bit of a weight. I think that, all the lifts are up as spotters right now, and I think they're back to trying to making sure the load is balanced before this thing actually lifts. So hopefully we're close here after the little mishap with the air hoist. So everything looks retensioned. Just hoping for that. All of a sudden you see that little bit of light between the sticks and the assembly jig here. At some point here. Cross fingers.
Timothy got back to us. Hold up. Timothy with the another $20 super chat. Dude, you could have just replied in chat. You didn't need to give another 20, but we are certainly grateful. We do appreciate that. So you're saying you were only 9 when you saw the Saturn V launch, but the sound was shaking your bones. Starship was the same, but it moved a lot faster. Your dad was working on nuclear engines to go to Mars. You have pictures. Dude, your dad worked on Nerva. Oh,
what?
Oh, nerd moment.
There you go.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. Nerva's sick. That was, dude, it's a travesty what happened to the Nerva program. Man, I got me fired up.
I'll say this. For Saturn V versus Starship. Yeah, that Starship is a thrust to weight ratio of like 1.4 and Saturn V of like a 1.15. Like,
dude, that thing was just on the ragged edge of working.
I think it was 7.5 million pounds of thrust versus 6.5 million pounds of fully loaded weight for the first few Saturn V's. Of course, they were able to crank up the F1 engines later down the line to get more payload out, but yeah.
I see Space Nerd asking chat. Wait, Nerve is real? I thought that was just from For All Mankind. No, no. Go, Ryan. Do him. Do it. Say it.
You know more about it than I do. You go.
Okay. All right. I got this. Okay. Inhale. Big inhale. All right. So the Nerva program was part of the Apollo applications program, like kind of inadvertently. And the Nerva program was active during the late 60s, and they had working prototypes. And they had, not only did they have working prototypes, they got all the way to a flight-ready prototype. And what they eventually were going to do is give Saturn V a third stage, like an S4B, that was nuclear powered. The flight, okay, all right, nerd speak for a second. The flight prototype that the Nerva program had achieved 900-second specific impulse in atmosphere. Now, I heard it. I heard it through the computer. A bunch of nerds just went, "Oh, come on." Yeah, no, 900-second specific impulse. But when they shuttered the Apollo program, they got rid of it.
Oh,
it's
are the sticks moving, or is it just me? I'm doing like a quick scroll through, and they jumped a little bit up.
It might have been a.
Brian, are you sure it was in vacuum? You might have been right. I don't know if they have a vacuum test shader. I could be misremembering. I have a lot of information up there. But even either way, 900-second specific impulse, and crane lifting. Let's go.
We got a lot going on.
So I'm guessing maybe they are trying to get that rigging proper before the lift. Like,
you did not. You were not seeing things. The sticks definitely raised and were set back down, so they are trying to get their rigging right. Yes, you were not seeing things. Yep.
A quick, let's see how this is. Okay, good.
They're getting the rigging right. This is once it's right, all of a sudden this thing is gonna lift and it's gonna look really, really cool in the air again. But we are getting close. Be patient. Be patient, young Padawans. Although some of you might not be young, but that's besides the point.
I'm older than you.
That's why I said some of you may not be young, but that's besides the point. That's what I just said.
If anything, you're the Padawan.
Okay. What does that make you? The Jedi Knight or the Master? Which one?
No, I don't think I'm a Jedi. I might.
I grant you the rank of Master, but not in the Council. Oh.
I think I might be a steaming pile of Sith. Sorry, Ryan, you okay?
No, it's just fun. It's just fun. It's just fun.
All right.
That's all. We're just having fun. That's what. Anywho.
Chat, beam me up, Luke. Nice. The sci-fis.
Someone, where's Trevor? Yeah, Trevor would be totally lost in these conversations.
I'm gonna lie, I am a little bit too, even though I watched the movies.
Don't worry about it. Ryan and I are getting some deep nerd stuff right now.
Yeah, we're kind of just going with it. So.
All right. So once again, all right, I'm gonna reel us back in. I casted the line out. I'm reeling us back in. Okay. All right.
Speaking of reeling.
Yeah.
Chopsticks and carriage system.
This is your fault.
You literally set that up, EJ. That's all your fault. That's on you.
No, it's totally my fault. I've been hanging around with Sawyer too much. Anyway. Okay, so if you guys are wondering what's going on, SpaceX is looking to lift the carriage and the chopsticks for the second launch pad. For pad B down at Boca Chica. And we're here covering lift, talking about cranes, talking about rockets, talking about all good stuff here. Hopefully making your day better. I'm sure somebody looked at this stream, saw me here and went, oh, okay, no. No, I'm just kidding. But we did get a movement there for a second. If you're wondering what they're trying to move, it's the big darker tubes, like the big steel tubes that are at the top of your screen. It's like the internet there. So they're going to try to move these things and put them on the tower. That is the first step of many. Well, not the first step. It's one step of many to get Pad B operational and have 2 super heavy launch pads ready to go down in Boca Chica. That whole thing that you see there, the whole darker metals there, are the thing that moves. This is a huge freaking lift. All the other stuff is just rigging and just supports to hold it up while they get ready to lift it. The red towers right there that you see are there just to hold the chopsticks up. They're going to lift this whole thing and put it on that tower on the left side of your screen. Hopefully we're going to see some action here in a second. And then, all right, we had Brendan in with a $5 super chat. Because we're waiting for the lift, what are some of your all's favorite rockets? If you had to learn a language from scratch, what would it be? Language from scratch. Italian, I'll go with that one. My favorite rocket is the shuttle, by a long shot. Ryan, go.
Language from scratch. Italian does sound fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true, yeah. Favorite rocket? Ooh. I mean, I just said a bunch about Saturn V. I'm gonna stick with Saturn V.
Good call. Alex?
Okay, I have a question. I have a question about the question. Maybe it's because I'm not English, native speaker. What does it mean having to learn a language from scratch? Like, is there a way of learning a language not from scratch?
Like from the jump, like you haven't learned any, you don't know anything at all about the language, and you have to learn it in the beginning.
Like every language in the world that one wants to learn, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not, I'm not pretending to to be the question. I was just legitimate, I had that question myself. I don't know, man. I think maybe Chinese because it's just so complicated.
Nice.
If I was able to have like ample time and a teacher just for myself or something like that, so I could be schooled on all of that. Like, I don't know, like having all of the resources in the world, I will probably try and get Chinese in my brain. I don't know.
Good call.
I want to change my answer actually.
Change it. What?
Okay.
All right.
Klingon.
Copycat.
You nerd. Okay. We got Drunar with a 5 Canadian right there. 5 Canadian, all hairs right there. 3 seconds to twist the air hoist, 1 hour to undo it. Oof. Dang, you don't got to call him out like that, Drew. Jeez.
All I'm going to say from experience, it's far easier to mess something up than it is to fix it.
Yep.
Period. Like, that's straight up. It could take you a few seconds to mess something up, and it could take you hours to fix it.
Yep. We got another 20 from Timothy here. You guys are so amazing. Feels like you're allowing us to witness Orville and Wilbur fly. Dude, I wouldn't say we're that good, Tim. Like, hold on. I'm going to take myself down a peg or two here, okay? But, hey, we're so happy we could share this with you guys. Thank you. Thank you for all the support. It's awesome. And then Tyler, oh yeah, here we go. I didn't get Nerva exactly right, guys. Sorry, I was recalling it off the top of my head. The point that I was trying to make is that it was way higher efficiency than what we have now. And that's really, really annoying. But yeah, Tyler with the $5 super chat. Nerva specific impulse, 710 sea level, 841 vacuum. That still is pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. Kind of want that. Not gonna lie. And then Timothy with another 20, dude. You're on fire, man. Timothy, thank you so much, dude. $20 super chat. Could we return Falcon 9 second stage with a Starship? I would pay to see that. I would pay a lot of money to see that. But I don't know. Ryan, what do you think?
In theory, you could. My question is why? To do it just for fun? I mean, sure, why not?
It might be a good way to test down mass capability. And
how much is an empty F9 stage? F9 second stage, Alex? We have Alex here. Maybe he knows.
Alex, help us.
An empty second stage is like about 4 metric tons.
Oh, yeah, like testing
It's
down
really
mass
lightweight.
capability. I don't think this is gonna really get tested that much, EJ.
I mean, you could also test RPOD with it, rendezvous proximity operations and docking. That was the thing that they had to do with the shuttle. They tested it. Just saying, with the spas. Anybody?
I will be more worried about how to secure that on the payload bay of Starship. Because it's not like, you can just go out there, put it on the payload bay and be like, oh, okay, whatever, let's go back. Because you got to go through re-entry. You got to do the whole flip and landing burn and all that jazz. And so it's like, you need to secure that second stage, right? And humans, well, you have chairs, you can gimbal and whatnot. But it's like, how do you secure that on the payload bay? And it's not like you can make a universal securing system, right? Because maybe one day you, instead of bringing a Falcon 9 second stage, you want to bring Hubble, for example. I don't know, like you have to create a system that can work with a lot of things, but also at the same time be able to attach to the thing itself. And things are very different up there in space. So I don't know. I mean, I think that will be a great way to test that capability rather than the down mass.
I mean, all I'm saying is that they invented something like in the 1970s that first flew in like 1981 that is capable of doing this, that had a system that's really good at doing what you just said. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
What could that possibly be?
I don't know. I think it was like a bus or something, like a space bus or... Yeah, I forget the name.
I thought you were going to say... Just put it with duct tape.
I did say that. Yeah, I did say that too. I mean, that could work somewhere. That brick with wings. Yeah. I think maybe.
For a brick, he flew pretty good.
For a brick, he flew pretty. Yes, it took a second, but I need another.
I was hoping you would get that.
Absolutely. That's the
Just
shuttle.
like you better.
Yeah,
you better. That was the end of one of the greatest cutscenes in gaming history. But
yeah,
anywho, yeah.
Yep. No, I'm with you. I'm gonna keep plowing through this support queue. You guys are keeping it full, and I'm really getting annoyed by this. I'm not gonna lie. All right, no, I'm just kidding. Astro95 Media, $10 super chat. Raising a Whataburger Dr. Pepper for SpaceX, raising the chopsticks. Cheers, gents. Oh. Dude, I had the privilege of having Whataburger when I was down in Texas for Flight 7. I'm a little jelly, Astro95, but thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Right on, man. All right. Redman is, what do you think is the optimal rocket development? Like the airline industry, with one company makes one and develops one, another operates one, and the government regulates? Dude, that's a good question. That's certainly a viable path for spaceflight. I could see that as an option at this point. That's what the shuttle was kind of trying to do. It did not do that. We'll just leave it at that.
Yep.
Yep, it did not do that. But if there's it really comes down to if there's enough of a market. And I'm gonna nerd out again, dudes. Give me 1 second. So you got to think about like this. Building something like Starship is a chicken or the egg thing, right? What comes first? Do you build a rocket in anticipation of a big market in space? Or do you build a rocket because of a demand for a market in space, right? It's hard to say at this point which one it is, because if you look at the shuttle objectively, the shuttle was designed to, launch all the time, and the idea is that you reduce the amount per kilogram, the dollar per kilogram to go to space so much that everyone's gonna want to launch stuff into space, right? That's the idea. That didn't happen. We'll just leave it at that. The Getaway Special was a good idea, though, if there's any shuttle nerds out there. That was a good call, right? So which one is it? Now with SpaceX, SpaceX and Elon seem to think that, you could build the proverbial chicken here. That's a weird way to say that. But you could build the proverbial chicken and the egg comes later, which, I mean, it's possible. That is a possible way of doing it, Red. That's actually a super good question. Ryan, what do you think?
Before I say that, I think the sticks raised a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like. Yep. Okay.
We're just to give an update. Yeah, where they're still adjusting stuff, waiting for that big initial lift where all of a sudden that comes off the ground here, but they're still adjusting to make sure everything's right. But anyways, I remember back to what the Pan Am space planes back in the day, those ideas. Yeah,
dude.
that's what makes me think of when I reading this question. That's what I think of, the Pan Am space planes, stuff like that. So, or the shots of I think people put renders of like Starship with Delta on the side or something.
I would like to live in in that timeline. That would be pretty cool. Because the reason why I brought it up and the reason why I chose this question, like Red, this is a good one, is because that's how the airline industry got started, guys. It got started doing something exactly like the space shuttle, except it's kind of like there's a little bit of an asterisk to that. The government subsidized, airplane companies to build long-range planes, right, to move the mail around the U.S. That's really how that kind of came to be a thing, and that was the start of our commercial airline industry. And then that was in the 20s and the 30s, and then there's this thing that happened in the 40s that, let's just say, defense spending went up from that, and that that further progressed that technology of long-range planes, and then we eventually ushered in the jet age in the 60s. So that's kind of how that panned out. Like, whether that happens with space or not is kind of hard to say. It's a viable model that definitely works. Old tricks are the best tricks, right? Like, that's a good topic of discussion. We kind of want to save that one for a flame trench, though. That'd be a good one. I know people have opinions about this, so. Okay, Ryan, we moving this thing or what?
I hope. I want it soon. SpaceX, hear me. Go. Come on.
Do we have?
Do it safe, but I want it to go.
Lift.
It looks like it got set down a little bit too again.
Oh dear.
Okay, so Ryan, why would they be lifting it up and putting it back down, lifting it up and putting it back down, other than I lift things up and then I put them down?
Checking the weights, making sure the rigging's correct. There's just a lot of little things that gets it. Once it's all set, it'll just go. But until then, they got to make sure the rigging is set and the crane has the correct weight and everything. So there's a lot of little things. Make sure it's good to go before you lift something of this size and this weight. And it not only is it big and it weighs a lot, it's also kind of awkward with the way the carriage is designed and the sticks. So it's a complicated lift operation that is. It's not like a lot of the workers here that are doing this lift have done lifts like this in the past. They have experience. You use experienced crews for doing things like this. You don't use first timers. You use experienced crews, or I guess with first timers, so they learn how to do this. But this is something that these crews, the crane operator, have done before, and they methodically make sure everything's good, the rigging's correct, and go. So we're just waiting for them to get to that point where all of a sudden it just lifts off the ground and they start lifting this thing. So I hope, cross your fingers, it's soon. But yeah,
I mean, I got all day. Sean,
I see how much more awake I can stay. I worked all last night, so we'll see here.
Coffee, man.
I already did.
Do it again. Jeez. Do I have to think of everything?
No.
Yeah. Sean, I mean, that's probably for the better. Let's be real. Sean Flick, it's like a Ferrari racing it. Yeah, we are checking over. We are checking the crane over. Plan A? Question.
It seems like it's going up and then down, up and then down. They're trying to make sure that the sticks are rigged correctly, and that they have the weight right before they go here, or they're running into some issues and they're just trying to get it right, something. So.
Yeah, you don't want to get any like lateral motion from this thing when you go to pick it up, right? Like you don't want it to move to one side. That would make the crane very angry.
Yeah, like you don't want it to go side from side. You don't want to start lifting and the carriage goes up first and the sticks don't go up at all. You want it to be all go up at the same time. You want it level. You want it controllable. There's a lot of things. It's tedious work.
Okay. Ryan, I'm going to plow through the support queue. You guys, if you see it move, just go or something. Just let me know. All right. So Drunar with a $5 Canadian wasn't prepared for Ryan to throw my comment back at me with a reference about my life. It's pretty messed up. Love the commentary.
Wait,
hey, we're going to call you out.
What did I do?
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Next question. Bob Fillmore for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate you, buddy. Timothy with a 50. Tim, you're being too nice to us, man. We don't deserve this, too. Especially with my terrible commentary. We don't deserve this, but I do appreciate it, man. Timothy, what's your question? Could we use thrust vectoring to eliminate parts and land on the site upside down and for regolith disruption? Land the ship upside down? I think the thrusters on the top of HLS are going to deal with that, right? Like,
it should.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to fire a Raptor engine into the lunar regolith. That there have been a lot of studies that, and I'm not just saying that because like people say, oh, there's been studies. No, there was actually a paper that was done by Phil Metzger is the guy's name out of UCF about regolith propagation with high-powered rocket engines. Long story short, lunar dust storm. You do not want that. That would be very bad. Like the regolith propagation and basically how the dust gets kicked up could actually send some dust into space, like into orbit. That's why those thrusters are. If you look at like a render of HLS, that's why HLS has like a second set of thrusters up on the top designed for the final part of landing, because yeah, that's bad. You don't want that. Yeah, I mean, but landing it upside down, I don't think we need to do that. We get to keep the flaming end down, as Tim would say. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. Yeah, Alan. Actually, it's pronounced Miliwake, which is Algonquin for the good land. Ryan, you know that, right?
I'm trying to remember that one.
Well,
dude, my brain's partially still working. I'm gonna get there.
Oh, nice. Oh, I'm gonna have fun with that. That's good. All right, so we have George M with a 100 SEK.
Oh, they just moved more. And they just moved to this. They just moved away from trailer 1 camera a little bit, I think. So I think they're getting that rigging right.
All right.
I think so I got some lateral translation there. It rotated a bit.
Yeah.
So
that's the kind of stuff you really don't want, guys. You got to make sure that thing goes straight up. And think about like if a line tenches and it starts to twist, if you go to lift it up and it's going to twist even more and it's going to turn that thing. That is not what you want. That thing needs to stay put. Well, not stay put. You don't want it to, you got to have it move. It needs to basically just move straight up. That's a lot more difficult than just, well, have you tried just lifting it up?
Needs to move in sync with all the pieces need to move in sync and everything. That's okay. It was Wayne. Okay, Wayne's World, I guess, from Kevin.
Kevin got a reference. Kevin got one of my reference. Okay, party on, chat. All right. We have George M with the super chat there, paying it forward from Bob Fillmore's gifted membership. Bob, George, thanks, boys. I appreciate it. We all appreciate you here. How about debris over Rex's Timmy? I don't know what that means, but all right, cool. We'll keep going. I'd rather be flying an X-wing. Is there a yak? Is there a yak in the field on site from report? Dude, you threw me. I think Jack is busy. He's busy awarding Astros or the Jetsons dog or something. I don't know.
The Jetsons dog.
Yeah, Astro, right? Like, No, he was at the Astro Awards, so I'm not sure what Jack's doing. I think whatever he's doing, I'm sure it's very Jack Byer appropriate.
Jack is somewhere over the rainbow.
Yeah, and he might even be singing in the rain too.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yep, we're just referencing all the classics here. Okay, Paul Woolley, Red Devil 74 with a £5 super chat. Can I download your theme tune as your ringtone? I don't think that's available for download, but I'll, you know what, Paul? I'll get back to you on that one. Timothy, did I misunderstand your suggestion? It's possible, dude. I'm watching 4 chats right now, and I'm trying to watch those. I'm like watching with laser eyes to see if those things move. So yeah, it's very possible that I was just like, I don't know, it's just a banana. Thank you guys for all the support, though. We do appreciate it. So once again, I'm just going to give everybody the primer. SpaceX is looking to move those chopsticks up and install them on the second tower here, on Tower B at Boca Chica. That's what we're here for. That's what we're trying to figure out. And of course, because I'm your host, EJ, I'm here with some shenanigans to have some fun, to hopefully make your Monday a little bit better and watch some heavy machinery do some work. Well, I tell you, that's what I'm here for. Yep. I don't know who that was.
Exactly.
Anyway. So,
yeah, who was that?
I don't know. It's weird. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I'm certainly enjoying your company. I do appreciate it. I have Ryan and Alex with me. Ryan was just there. Alex, you're still here, right? You haven't fallen asleep? That didn't put you...
I mean, it's not even time for that. It's not even 8 p.m. here.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Wait.
The night is young.
Shenanigans. Isn't that a name of a restaurant?
Yeah. You're talking about Shenanigans, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Shenanigans.
I love that place. They serve liters of cola there. It's great.
Oh.
Sorry. I'm enjoying very tired Ryan. I'm having way too much fun with this chat.
It's fun it's fun just throwing references in here and there to see who gets them, who in chat gets them, who in the back channel gets them. It's fun. This is NSF at its best. Honestly, we're having fun. This is the old days where we're sitting and waiting for SpaceX to do something, and we're just kind of sitting, hanging out, chatting. Yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yep. This is Texas Stick Watchers. We are watching
Stick Watchers.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what do we call this? Lift Watchers?
Lift watching, stick watching. I guess it's a kind of combination of that stuff, you know.
Dad, keep it classy on me. Keep it classy for me, please. Please don't go too far. We like the shenanigans, but we also want to make it accessible for everybody, you know.
Keep it classy, San Diego.
Yep, you stay classy, NSF chat.
Yeah. Crane watchers, stick watchers.
Crane watchers, that's fine.
Texas crane watchers, yeah.
So, Red Menace, what do you got for me? $5 super chat. I know one of the Starships exploded in January. Is the cause known, and how will it affect further launches? That's the $5 question now, isn't it? Because you gifted 5. Elon said it was a fuel leak, right?
Yeah, so Raptor has had this issue for a while. Well, we don't know 100% of this issue. Just kind of put that out there. We don't know 100%. But if what Elon is saying is somewhat true, Raptor has always had a leaking issue. When you decide to use flanges and seals and you run an engine as high a pressure as you're running Raptor, you're going to start leaking methane. And Raptor has a history of doing that. If you go all the way back to suborbital flights, you remember literally flames on the outside of the turbopumps and stuff like that because, well, it leaks. And while they have fixed issues over the years, they have lost vehicles due to said leaks. Booster 7 is a really great example of that one. It leaked so much methane into its engine cavity that, well, it caught fires, burned the avionics, they lost control of the booster, and, well, it tumbled until it blew up. Ship 25 had a fire in its engine compartment, which got exacerbated by a LOX dump, which then led to the loss of the vehicle. They've had issues in the past, and I mean it's one of those things. They basically reduced the surface area of their vents on Ship 33 with the Block 2 upgrade. They might have reduced it a little bit too much, because they don't have an active CO2 system like they do on Booster. They have a passive system, which, as the air pressure on the outside reduces, basically you high pressure to low pressure. So the whole point would be a passive vent out of that until the cavity is completely vented, or it just stays venting as as gases are building up in that, it vents out because, high to low. But anyways, if that was the cause, then they need to up their vent capability, or as Elon was talking about, add a fire suppression system on board. So that is if that is the cause. We don't know for sure. We have not had a confirmation straight from SpaceX. Of course, they have to make a mishap. They're doing a mishap investigation. So whenever that's complete, we'll have a better idea of what happened.
So I want to say a thing unrelated to the question. I'm looking at this, and it looks like the sticks are like hanging, like they are off the supports, and they seem to be, like, when something is like hanging, something like this huge thing, and it sort of wobbles a little bit. That's what I was seeing. It sort of wobbled as it was, being kept off the supports.
Now, Alex, do we know why they would just lift it and just kind of hold it there for a second?
Well, at least they're. I mean, they may be. I'm not seeing right now the close up one, but I'm hoping that they have already gone from the, going up, going down to going up, and then going down to just, it stays off, and now they do the final adjustments to the rigging. But we'll see. It seems like they're still there, taking a look at it. But it definitely looked like, it was free, essentially, to swing and to move a little bit. I mean, it's obvious that a lot of swinging, a lot of movement is bad, but some of it, just a bit, it's good because you want to dampen, the movements, because that thing is going to move now to the tower. So whenever you do that, you want to still have some kind of you don't want it to be completely rigid, because then all of that energy just goes into the structure itself, and so you're essentially damaging the structure, right? You want it to be a bit free, but not completely, so that it just swings around and messes up with the whole lifting operation.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. It's basically just making sure everything is all good to go before they go and lift this. I mean, we would assume, like, guys don't, this isn't official, right? That thing's got to be like 300 tons. So you probably want to be careful when you move around your 300-ton rocket catching paraphernalia. It's probably something you should go slow with. I mean, I don't know. I don't know nothing about computers. My mom got one. She put a couple games on it. Anyway. Cool. So yeah, guys, once again, we're kind of in a holding pattern here, because we're looking at them to move these chopsticks and install them on Tower 2 here, or at Pad B. So those chopsticks are what SpaceX used to basically build their stacks on the launch pads out at Boca Chica, and also receive rockets. We did see one of these happen a week and a half ago on a different set of chopsticks down at Boca Chica, but that's on Pad A. These chopsticks here are going to be installed on Pad B, which is, I mean, I don't know if you can tell from the name there that this is the second launch pad that SpaceX is looking to build down in South Texas here. Once again, we are in a little bit of a holding pattern here. They seem to have one of their pneumatic jacks get all tangled up in some of the crane rigging, and that kind of delayed us a little bit, but it does look like the chopsticks are free floating. here. Per what Alex was and Ryan were just saying. So once again, we're looking at the Chopsticks lift here. I am your host EJ here with Ryan and Alex here, heading up the technical commentary. But just wanted to say thank you to everybody here. That something just fell. You see that? Something just fell off the off one of the red hoists, or the red stand there. It didn't look like much, or it was a bird. I don't know. Anyway. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I hope you guys are enjoying the commentary. I hope you're having a good Monday. You know, I don't know about you guys. I get the case of the Mondays all the time. Yeah, a holding pattern. Oh, Steve, you're killing me. Oh, you're killing me. Oh, I did it again, didn't I? Ryan, take over. I'm gonna go.
You did it again. You did it again.
Yep. Oh,
son of a gun. Oh, come on. Like, they should be running the air hoist to just get this rigging right before they do the final lift, because I think it is floating. At least the arms are floating. I think the crane has the weight. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure it does. And they're just trying to... I don't know. Kind of waiting here.
Somebody over on my Twitch chat was like, "Why is drummer is saying why is holding pattern bad? Holding pattern because the crane is holding up the chopsticks. Get it? I've been hanging around with Sawyer way too much. Please help. Send help.
He's infected us.
Yeah, I know. Next thing you know, we're gonna start liking Ship 26 up in here. It's ridiculous.
Oh, don't say that. No.
Ridiculous.
Now you're going to bring them all out. What have you done? What have you done?
I like rocking the ship. Or scrapping it.
I mean, it is scrapped. There's like nothing left. There's nothing left.
Don't rock the boat.
Don't tip the boat. Oh, wait, no, you don't want to get sued. We are not getting sued. Michael, I don't think that's a good idea, man.
Whoa.
There we go.
They're moving. They are moving.
Yeah, baby.
That's a big move.
I think they are fully loose now.
Here we go.
I think. Maybe? Yes? No?
Just gonna send it. No, don't do that.
They definitely are floating
Come on,
around.
baby. That was a big move, though. That was not a subtle wiggle or anything like it. That was a proper move.
I think that is proper. The crane literally has these in the air and it has the full weight. They are now just kind of getting it out of the way of the jig so they don't slam into anything. Let's see here.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I am staring at my monitor like eagle-eyed. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, same.
Is that just the heat?
Is it the heat haze, or am I seeing something?
And right when we said that, Carson switched to a non-hazy camera because Carson is a legend and he's producing the back end of the stream. Thanks.
Legendary.
Thanks. Like, actually, thank you. I was starting to hurt my eyes. I'm like, huh? This looks like it's on the beautiful trailer cam, which is totally level.
It's level. I can see it's level.
Yeah. Can't you see?
Yeah.
I put this camera up, chat. It's totally level. I leveled it. I swear.
Just don't give him any hands, CJ.
No. You don't understand. You don't understand. I give all the ants. It's fine.
I don't understand.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I don't know. I'm tired, dude.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're having fun here. It's level, but it's not orange. It's not orange.
Get to deal with broken planes, and then get to sit here and watch SpaceX try to lift a massive catching mechanism for rockets. That's weird. Anyways.
Hey, that can't be. That doesn't sound too bad, man. That doesn't sound too bad.
Mm.
I'll go through some support while we're watching this here. Echo Deal with a $5 super chat. Help! I'm trapped in a pun token factory. Sorry. Totally my fault. Totally my fault. Zizep with 35 Danish, I think it's Danish kroners, I think. Shenanigans, you say. Go Chiefs, right? Absolute, no. Get that off the screen. Just get out.
I agree. Go Chiefs. What?
We'll talk about that later. They're lifting right now. Now
What's
it's the
a
time for
chief?
space. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it, Alex.
All right, Go Geek, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We do appreciate it. And then we have Adriano Catini with a $5 super chat. How do you think the belly flop will affect the Starship crew in terms of G-force? Oh, that's a good one. That could be a little bit of a long answer. Alex, can you give us a short one here? I know that's a hard ask.
I mean, it's more about the flip, right, and that how it goes. It's just a matter of adjusting the orientation of the crew when you are on board, right? And you can think of many different ways of probably how to do that, right? And how to, like a gimbal or something like that. But they'll get there when they get there. Well, first things first. They need to put these chopsticks on the tower. But yeah, we'll see what they do with that.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, Adriano, if you go look at ship like SN8, and you look at the early landing tests that SpaceX did, the part where people are doesn't rotate too much, so I don't think the G-forces are going to be too bad, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not going to be like flying on an airplane. It is a spacecraft, and on the way up is going to be way more righteous than what you encounter on the way down and for the landing burn, right? Actually, Reentry could get a little spicy. I mean, it depends. I don't know. I mean, the shuttle wasn't too bad. Story Musgrave famously stood up during it all through a shuttle reentry, which is actually pretty cool. But in terms of the landing burn, dude, that part of the part of the Starship where people are doesn't rotate very much. I'm telling you, check out some of the SN8 recap footage. You see that the part where people are doesn't move too much, right? It doesn't rotate too much, I should say. Timothy, you watched Apollo 11 take off in person. There must be an echo in here. All right, cool. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. Sorry. I know. I like dishing it out. Give it right back, please, if you see fit. Wascally Wabbit for Dr. Zoidberg's malpractice insurance fund. Oh, thank you. Love the commentary. You guys are pretty good. Thank you, Wascally. Appreciate you, man. Red Menace, new to Space News. Sorry if this is a crazy question, but why are they doing?
Ooh.
Oh, we got to move?
From this shot, you can see that the carriage is definitely no longer on the assembly jig.
Oh, yeah. Way off.
So this thing is in the air. They are probably just making sure everything else is good to go. And if it really is all the way in the air and nothing's touching anything, the rigging might be right.
Yep.
So sooner or later, they'll actually do this lift. So...
Cool. Yeah, we're definitely...
we're almost there.
Yep. So, Red Menace, what do you got? So why are we doing single stage to destination? Why are we doing single stage to destination rockets instead of building a ship on orbit? Well, you need a fully reusable rocket if you're going to build something up there like that. That really kind of... You're not going to get very far without that. So something like Starship could maybe in the future enable us to build bigger ships, which would be great. Swords of Random, $201 super chat, 1.8 million chicken eggs in a Falcon 9 fairing. Thank you for that stat of the day. Whoa, Russell, no. Oh, come on now. Oh, jeez. $100 super chat. Patience, Grasshopper. Soon, the lifted will become the lifter. Thanks for the inane or insane chatter. Which one is it? Russell, inane chatter. I mean, yeah, I can understand that. Insane chatter, I can very much understand that. Either way, thank you for the 100 bones. We appreciate it. Appreciate you, buddy.
I love Gun Fox with the 5. The Crane has the Schwartz, also Ship 33, when plaid never go full plaid. Ship 33, it's gone to plaid.
On the planet. They must have secret hyperjets.
Yeah. They got secret hyperjets on that thing. What do you mean? We got Cuisinart.
Cuisinart?
One of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah,
It's what's your luggage code? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
it's amazing. You got the same combination on my luggage.
Luggage. It's too good.
Yeah, I could. I'll believe me.
Quote that all day
save-
long.
We will save Flame Trench for Spaceballs quotes,
Yep.
and I will go off. It'll be awesome. Okay, hey, look, the guys that are up in the man basket, they're moving away.
It seems like they are rotating, or at least moving a bit.
Get rotated, Chopsticks.
Get rotated chopsticks.
Sorry. I don't know when to stop.
I think this means we're gonna get once these are out of the way, then we'll probably get the main lift here. So patience, I guess. Even though I want it to go, patience.
Well, Russell said patience, so we have to have patience now. You know, Ryan, you get a dictionary and find out what this patience is. If that's what Russell's going to hit us with, I want to know what it is.
Copy that. What if I don't want to look it up?
That's fine. That's fine. We'll figure it out.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, so once again here, if you're just tuning in, you're trying to figure out what's going on here. SpaceX is looking to lift their Chopsticks and carriage in one piece for their second launch pad and put it on top of their catching tower. Now, if you're wondering what this thing looks like, it looks like they're trying to lift a gigantic tuba, right? If you're wondering what this thing actually is, this is the mechanism that SpaceX uses to actually integrate their rockets on the pad. This thing has two catch arms that you can kind of see on the left-hand side of your screen. We're looking at it from kind of an isometric angle almost here. There are two catch arms attached to a carriage, and that carriage attaches to the tower. It can roll up and down the tower like a train, almost, but going up and down. And the catch arms are actually used to pick up boosters, put them on the pad, pick up a Starship, put that on the pad, obviously Starship launches, and then when the booster, and maybe in the future, a ship will come back down, it'll basically hover right next to this, and the catch arms will actually grab it. This is their integrating and receiving chopsticks here for the second pad that they're putting on. This is actually what SpaceX catches these boosters in the future spaceships with. We're watching them lift it. Now, I don't know if you guys can tell from this camera shot that we got right now. If you look at just at the foreground, right below the chopsticks and the cranes there, you could see a small pickup truck. Well, in reality, that's a big old American half-ton pickup truck. This chopstick is not, this whole assembly is very, very large. It is not small. So we thought we'd tune in here, give some good commentary on this like 300-ton plus lift, which is pretty cool. Also, crane nerds are watching this going, yep, I like this. So I hope you guys are enjoying the commentary. We're just sitting here waiting for SpaceX to do the principal lift here and get this thing up and installed on Tower 2. I am your host, EJ. I am hosting this with Alex and Ryan as my subject matter experts. Alex, sound off if you could, man.
Hi. I'm still here. I often, mute myself, but I'm still here.
We just wanted to hear your beautiful voice, man. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm here looking at the the multiple cameras and everything, and trying to see if we see any sort of movement or anything.
And then we have Mr. Webby, Mr. Swifty Webby. Ryan, are you there?
I'm still here,
All right.
patiently waiting for this thing to get lifted.
On a scale from 1 to sleep, how are you right now?
One to sleep. I'm pretty close to sleep. I'm getting there. It's get kind of tired. Get kind of tired. I've been awake for. It's not 24 hours yet, but probably around 20 hours at this point, and worked 12. So I want to stay awake. I want to see this thing lift, and that's another man lift, another JLG going down. Maybe that's a good sign. I think that's the final one to go down. Maybe maybe we finally see this lift. Let's go. Also, the poll in chat after the heat death of the universe is my vote for when this lift will take place. So, or sometime between now and the heat death of the universe, somewhere around there.
I mean, that technically wouldn't be wrong.
True.
If only EJ spent this much time leveling things. Thanks, Dave. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate you, buddy.
That was hard. That was
Messed up.
Hey, get roasted.
Yeah. Chat's just cooking me over here.
That's a good one.
Hey, the camera's pretty level, okay?
It's good enough, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit farther off the
Here we
blocks
go.
now. Is it going up? I can't tell.
I think we're seeing movement there for sure.
Slowly? Oh yeah, it's going. It's going up.
Absolutely.
Woohoo!
it do be gone.
When did we start this? When did we start this thinking we'd go? We started this over 2 hours ago. Almost 3.
More than that.
About 2 or 3 loose of brains ago, more or less.
Yes.
About okay, nice.
Yeah, I lost my brain already.
Oh, okay.
We started this 2 hours and we were on Twitch for a little bit before that, so we were almost at 3 hours if you include the Twitch part. But yeah, we're there. Yeah. And at the time, we thought they were gonna go, but they, of course, they ran into a little entanglement issue. But here they are. It is definitely sticks. Yeah, it's definitely in the air here. So get it clear and get it lifted. Let's do this.
It was about 400 nerd references ago. Gordy, yeah, that's right. Yep.
About 400 nerd references ago.
Kapla.
Shelcree. What? Oh.
I've never had actually anybody respond to me when I say that, so now I don't know what to do.
Jaffa Cree.
Bless you.
What? Oh, come on. Stargate. Come on.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh my god, EJ, you need
Okay, I've watched Stargate. I haven't watched it in a long time. I need to rewatch it. End of conversation.
Kreenal Jaffa. Yeah, there you go. DOS would be disappointed in you, I think, for that one.
And so, in other news, water is wet.
That's good.
Sorry. Sometimes when Daz and I are talking, I'll say something and he'll just go,
Oh, the classic.
It's like when your parents say, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. It's just like, Oh, sorry.
Yep, that kind of reaction. Yep, that is quintessential right there.
Yep.
Oh. Maybe like an inch a minute right now. Let's go. Do we still have a Starlink coming on at some point soon? I mean, I know we're looking at Chopsticks here, but we still have a Starlink coming up, I think, soon. Yeah. So
Yeah, it delayed a couple of hours, so we're good.
delay X. There you go.
Yeah, it's now 5:05 p.m. Eastern. Whenever it goes, we'll go live an hour beforehand.
Slowly but surely.
It's definitely quite a slow move. Like, you can go back and forth and you see the movement, but if you
Yeah.
look at it in real time, it's like, oh, that's not moving. But then you go back and forth on YouTube, and yeah, it is moving. It's just very subtle.
Once again, I'll remind everybody, we're seeing some slow movement of this thing, right? This is not something that you're gonna lift up fast. It's not gonna be like when SpaceX goes to, ironically, with Chopsticks, put the stack together. SpaceX has that down pretty quick. A lift like this, though, it's such a peculiar shape. It's such a weird distribution of mass. This is not something that you're going to go very quickly with. You really want to take your time, especially in the initial phases here. This is a gigantic subassembly here, and you really got to make sure you're going to do it right. You really only have one chance.
So, and just for fun, there's a raptor moving in the ring yard.
Yeah, that was before.
No, there's another one.
Oh, another one?
Another one going in the Star Factory. Yes.
Huh. Yeah, I saw one that was moved like about an hour ago.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're putting the engines on Ship 34.
They might be going into Star Factory through the side door. I don't know if the side door is big enough, but they might be doing that.
Could be going in the square hole.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's probably square.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, Ship 34 might be getting its engines today. They're just not doing it through the front anymore. So they're keeping the door closed.
Haha, they thought they would keep, those raptors hiding, but they still need to put them through the Star Factory, so they still have to go through the ring yard, so we're still seeing them. But we may not see them eventually.
Typical SpaceX though. Typical SpaceX. Here we are trying to watch them lift the chopsticks and they're trying to move raptors. Trying to sneak one under us. Typical SpaceX.
They do this on purpose. They're like, "Hey, look over here, look over here. Move it now. Hey, look over here. It's good."
It's literally like dangling keys, but instead they're dangling these arms.
Yeah.
And we're watching it. Oh no.
And yeah.
Oh no. It's
We're
not
just
good.
like that.
It looks like we got a little bit more of a gap there from the stands.
Slowly but surely.
Slowly I turn, step by step. No? All right. Cool. Somebody got it. I know somebody got it.
Just play the Jeopardy song in the background as we wait for this thing to get higher and higher.
Mm-hmm. Once again, guys, this part of the lift is going to be very slow. It's once they really get the thing up in the air that they will go a little bit faster. But once again, you're controlling. This has got to be 300 tons of launch pad paraphernalia here. This is not something you like. Okay, let's do it. You know, like gotta be careful. That's not an exact measurement. It's an approximation, guys. I'm ballparking it. The gist of this is that it is quite heavy. That is not a small piece of equipment.
You could say it's super heavy.
Yeah, but it isn't. So once again, if you guys are just tuning in, you're trying to figure out what's going on, trying to figure out what this wacky commentary is. Well, first of all, I'm here. I'm EJ. I'm hosting the stream, and what we're watching here is the Chopsticks and carriage assembly for SpaceX's second launch pad at Boca Chica to be lifted and installed on the tower. What are these things used for? They're used for basically putting the rocket together on the pad and also catching and receiving boosters that come back from space and potentially ships in the future. This big crane that's right at center screen here, the big yellow crane, does have the Chopsticks lifted off of its kind of stand there. That's what those two red support columns are. On the left and right, the crane does have it lifted off. They're just holding for a second because they're, could be leveling the load. You could be doing a bunch of different things. The long story short, I mean, I'm not a crane operator. I don't have a hoisting license, so I'm sure there's something technical here that's kind of holding them up a little bit. But they wouldn't have lifted it off the red supports if they weren't going to actually do a lift. Now, when that happens, I'm not 100% sure. But we should be seeing some action here soon because it is off the supports. It's very easy to spot in the picture here. Now, I said I'm EJ the host. I'm joined by Ryan and Alex here doing the technical commentary. I hope you guys are enjoying the cast here. Hope you're enjoying it, having a good time. We like to have, I should say I like to have fun. Sorry if it's not kind of your conventional NSF stuff. I like to have a good time when we do this. I like to have fun with you guys. I like to talk with you guys. So talk to me. You guys got questions, tag at NASASpaceflight, or you can just tag at EJ. You can just ask me. I'll answer it. That's how I roll. Anything I can do to help you guys understand what's going on here and make your chat experience better. Your chat experience is important to us. Please stay on the line. Our next available Alex will be with you shortly.
Good lord.
Sorry. You pressed 5. No, you're supposed to. Wait. Is it like a NASA press conference? Do we press star 1?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. And so we're gonna do it like, what do you press star 1 and then just not answer questions, right? Like, is that what we're doing?
I guess.
Why are the Patriots so bad? Yes. Yep. There you go. Yep, Joseph, I got you. Yep. Ask Ryan about the keys to the 737. Uh-oh.
Huh.
The what?
The keys to the 737.
There are no keys.
Yeah, there are no keys. You just flip on the batteries.
Literally, you just open the L1, open any one of the doors, flick on the battery switch. If you have fuel, turn on the EPU, and then you can start the engines from there and take off, if you so pleased.
It's a little more complicated than that, guys, and you need to go to a lot of school to do that. So don't do that. But there you go.
And it's NASASpaceflight not responsible.
Don't GTA yourself into an airplane, please.
Yep. Don't do that. Yeah, that's nice. Stubby nozzle, stubby sticks all day. Ooh, favorite Atlas V configuration. Oh, that's a good one. Symmetrical but not symmetrical boosters. What Starship is worse, 26 or 11? I like 11 because 11 flew.
I am still sad we got robbed of that explosion
Yeah,
to this day.
yeah, that would have been awesome to see.
That would have been one of the greatest things ever. Just that, it literally, considering the pieces that fell down, that must have been one really cool explosion. I'm
Right.
so sad they did that in fog.
I'm gonna plow through some support because people are asking questions over there too. Red Menace with a $5 super chat. What causes the stick to close? A big hydraulic is a car. It's huge. Actually, probably not a car. We're talking like, I don't know. That ram's got to be like 2 feet in diameter. It is no joke.
I don't remember. It's pretty big. I don't remember the dimensions of it, but it's a pretty big ram running at a self-contained hydraulic system on the carriage and whatnot itself, and accumulators to keep pressure on it. I would assume with the size of that, the flow rate, and everything else, you're probably looking at could be anywhere between 3,000 and 6,000 psi going to that actuator to move it.
He's a beast.
Yeah. So wouldn't be that
Drunar
surprising.
with another super chat here, $2. Patience Young Pad 1. We're on Pad 2 here though.
Yeah. It was a good joke, but you missed the Pad 2.
Okay, we got another one from Siren Brennan. Siren, I'm probably not saying your name correctly, and I apologize. You can shame me in chat if I'm not saying it right, or tell me how to say it. Either one. It's the internet; it could go both ways. With six euros there. Not gonna lie, the chopsticks kind of look like the Starship Enterprise from Star Trek. Love the continuous coverage. Now I can't unsee that. Thank you.
Do they though?
Yeah, I see it. It definitely it looks like the back of the nacelles, dude. And then the top arms of the carriage look like the saucer section. If you squint, you can see. I see it. Yeah, I definitely see it.
Yeah, maybe. I'll go with maybe on that one. I sound a little tipsy.
No, he's just tired.
I'm just tired.
That's even better. Wait.
Which, I don't know.
No. We got Jeff Rishoff, gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Do appreciate it. And then Surel Argonis, $10 super chat. Did Payson shoot Mal? I hope not. All right, come on. Let's get this show on the road, SpaceX. Let's go. No, seriously, they gotta go slow. They gotta go slow here. You gotta be careful with this stuff. Once again, the chopsticks and the carriage assembly are off of their hoist. You can see them dead center, especially if you look at the carriage. So towards the right-hand side of the screen by the boom of the crane, you can see that there is a huge gap there between the red supports and the carriage assembly. So it is off the ground here. That thing is being held up by the crane. We're just kind of waiting on some movement here from there.
Probably doing a last set of checks. Just making sure everything's in order, rigging's good, nothing's in the way, nothing's going to catch. And then once they're good, then we'll really see that lift go. It'd be my guess.
Actually, I got a question coming from over in Twitch chat. Wasp636 asks, were the chopsticks built on those stands? They were assembled here, Wasp. Those chopsticks were made in Florida. They were made at the Roberts Road site in Florida, along with the carriage, if I'm understanding this correctly. Now, they outfitted them. Oh, Carson had it teed up.
Thank you, Carson.
Carson had it teed up. You're the freaking man. All right. There
Nice.
you go. That's the Alex, that's the turning basin, right?
Yeah, that's a turning. You can even see mobile launcher one at Launch Complex at NB. That's where they launch SLS from. So you can see there a tower that took many years to make, and then another one that took just a year to make. Sorry,
Oh, that
I'm
was
just-
messed up.
it was for free.
I'm just gonna say this. Just to say this. Okay? In that ticker there, Starliner crewed flight test,
Oh yeah.
and those two astronauts haven't even come back.
So, for reference, that happened like I think it was June 5th. So it's been what, 7 months or so? Yeah. So that's when they moved those out of KSC. That's the turn basing right next to the VAB and all of those, iconic buildings and everything. And so they were brought here to Florida. Those red jigs that they were, asking about, like where they build there, those are, as EJ was mentioning before, those are just, to be able to put everything in place, because those chopsticks, they are built individually, and then the carriage system is also built
There they go.
individually as well. And now we're seeing all of them being lifted as well. But that's the whole point, right? You put those rigs there, those jigs, that are able to hold that in place so that they can put everything together. And once everything is in one piece, as we see it right now, they are lifted and put
Here
on
we go.
the tower.
Keep moving. There it is.
There they go.
Well,
It's
there it
faster
is.
now.
Up and away.
I love physics. That the fact that crane can lift that is a testament to our understanding of physics. That is so cool.
Someone asking, do they have a third tower? Yes, this is the third tower, actually.
Yeah, because there's the one at Launch Complex 39A, right, Alex?
Yep, it's the second at Starbase, but the third one overall.
See, like,
So this
like
is-
I said. Oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was gonna say this is the third time they're doing this operation, because the chopsticks at 39A are also installed already. They were installed on January 24th, 2023, so 2 years ago, almost to the day.
Man, that doesn't seem like that was that long ago.
It was. Sometimes we get some comments of people very surprised when we stream a Falcon 9 launch from 39A, like, wait, there's a Starship launch pad and it has chopsticks, right? And I feel like that's been left out a lot lately. Hopefully, with all of the activity ramping up at Florida, that probably gets a lot more coverage. Definitely lots of coverage from us. We have not stopped covering that. There's Space Coast Live 24/7 and also arcade flyovers and whatnot. So, loads of coverage. There you can see a live view of that launch pad at 39A, side by side. Also, the chopsticks are the short version as well. They are just not as outfitted as the ones that they are lifting right now for the second launch pad at Starbase.
So yeah,
Like-
we got. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was gonna say, when you think about it, they're gonna have to do this off the top of my head at least another 3 or 4 times for the pads or towers I can think of. We're gonna see this. Pretty much all of those are gonna be at the Cape though, so I don't know if we're gonna see some of them, especially if they end up building those towers at Slick 37. We won't really see these lifts, but
There might be another lift like this, maybe in a couple of years from now at Pad A, with a new set of chopsticks that is shorter.
I think what they'll do is they'll take that assembly jig and they'll remove the sticks that are currently on Pad A, set them on the jig, and then they'll just modify them. Either that or they'll completely tear apart the...
So you're
the-
saying then they're gonna chop the chopsticks.
Yes.
Alex, stop it. Stop that. You stop this now.
Stop it. Crispy in the back channel, what has Sawyer done to us all?
We're so cooked. Chat, we're cooked.
We're done
It's Sawyer's
for.
fault. Okay, looks like we got some rotation here.
The pun token, I just saw it.
Did a pun token just pop? Wait, you can do that?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Operators do have that ability.
Oh dear.
I don't know who gave them that power, but
I don't know
that's
who
worse
gave
than-
them that power.
And,
That's
you
great.
know, the Spider-Man quote and everything. Yeah.
With
Yep.
great power comes great responsibility.
Jay gave us that power. He was so busy trying to figure out if you could. He didn't stop to think if you should. So, if I'm understanding this right, what they're going to do is they lifted the sticks up, and then they're going to rotate it out of position so the carriage isn't in the way of that second support, and then they'll lift up, right, up over the red carriages and rotate, crane right of where the operator's position is to the tower, right?
Yep. So, and then if you look, hey, Carson, could you go back to that last image, please? Please, thank you. If you look on the tower there, you'll see on the columns, you'll see like black rectangles. Those are the skates. So when they do lift it up and they start to rotate it back over the assembly jig, basically there are 12 of those bricks or skates that are basically like, they're like track bearings, kinda. They're like tracks, but roller bearings. They have to line up with all of those and insert 12 pins in, and then the sticks will be hanging on the side of the tower, and then they can disconnect the crane. So it's going to take a while for them to line all that up, but we want to see them get it onto this tower. So
I may have misspoke. I said it was rotating a little bit, and forgive me, the camera angle was messing with my eyes, guys. I'm actually wide awake, which is, Ryan's actually getting better commentary than me, which I don't know what to say about that. But I misspoke. that crane is actually crawling. It's moving forward. Thanks, guys.
yeah, the crane itself is moving to get out of the way. It looks like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And okay, just in case anybody's wondering what that means, all right. So that type of crane is called a lattice crawler crane. Lattice cranes are types of cranes that really kind of need to be assembled on site, but you can't really see it in these shots. Like Carson, you just keep it here. We're not gonna get like that you can kind of see them. Crawler cranes are cranes that are basically on gigantic. I mean, you could call them tank treads. They're called the crawler treads. It's got huge treads, and this thing will move it. When we say the crane is crawling, that means it's moving forward. So that's what it's doing right now. It's not actually rotating. When we say she's crawling forward, that means the crane's actually rolling. With that load suspended, which is unreal. This is a profound understanding of physics here, I must say.
What I think it's going to do is it's going to roll back. So basically, what it's able to do is it's able to pick up that extra counterweight tray and roll back. So it'll roll back. It'll basically move the sticks and the carriage out of the way of the assembly jig. It'll lift it up, and then it'll get into position where it can then rotate over and translate it to where basically then the carriage just hugs the tower. So it's going to be, it's a really, really, it's a delicate dance of maneuvering the crane and a load of this size and this shape and this unbalanced, I mean, it's an unbalanced load, technically speaking, but they have balanced it out using the air pistons and whatnot. They've balanced the rigging out to where it's level and it's good to go. So now they just have to maneuver it around and lift it to the tower. So this is where those crane operators earn the big money, where they are the ones operating this crane with the help of people on the ground, with taglines to make sure it doesn't kind of really go out of the way, and to watch in case to make sure it doesn't bang into anything. So it's a delicate operation, and it's cool to watch.
If you squint your eyes and look at the counterweights on the back of that crane, and you look at it contrasted to the dirt pile in the foreground of the shot, you can see that that crane is very slowly moving forward, very slowly. And then also to assist the crane operator, it's not just the crane operator just lifting this thing up too. That's another important thing to understand. The crane just doesn't lift this up and it's like, okay, you got it. If you look, there is a bunch of lines that are coming off. You could coming off the sticks going down to the ground. If you look at the very bottom front of the chopsticks on this shot, and you look at the lower left of the front of the, like lower left on the screen, bottom front of the chopsticks, there's two lines that go off and go behind the dirt pile. Those are called tag lines. And basically there's guys down there that are holding onto those lines to make sure that like the wind doesn't move this thing around. There's dudes down there holding the tag lines to help the crane operator keep this thing nice and level. So if you see like cables getting tugged on this thing on the left or on the right, those are the tag lines that help the crane operator keep this thing nice and stable still, so to speak, as still as you can get when you're moving, to keep everything on an even keel, so to speak.
And they can also use the tag lines to even move it.
Well,
crane's rotating. There, you see that.
Yeah, that's the rotation. So it moved forward, and now it's doing the rotation.
Angles are, man, it's perspective and angles are really, really hard. While it may look like the sticks are close to that assembly jig, I don't think they are at all.
Well, that's
Doesn't
what that
look like
forward
that.
motion
Yeah.
was for, Ryan,
Yeah.
right? Like it
It
was.
to move it back to get it out of the way.
Yep. Yeah, sick and tired. You can't control a load this large with the tagline. I mean, it's just there to keep it on an even keel. One person's not going to tug it in one direction or another. That's mostly to keep it still.
Unless they're the Hulk.
Sean CH. Yeah, I could do it. I could land this plane. I could land this plane. Yeah, no, I could land this plane.
They can land this plane.
John, have I seen the USS Akron ground crew on taglines? No, but I believe that. Yeah, to pull the blimp down, or the dirigible, or whatever you want to call it, inflatey fly thingy.
Dirigible? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, dirigible.
Dirigible, whatever. Yeah.
Chris B could do it with a few horses. Nah, I don't think there's enough horsepower. No?
That's a lot of horsepower. How much horsepower can that LR11K? Does that LR11K have?
Horsepower? Well,
Yeah.
so that thing has a big old diesel motor in it that's basically generating electrical power to move hydraulics.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good
and
point.
winches. I mean, how big is the diesel in that thing? I don't know. If I had to guess, it's probably big old man diesel, like MAN for
Yeah.
lead power.
Like massive pistons.
Yep. If anybody knows what power plant the 11,000 has in it, please chat it up. Love to hear it.
When saying 11,000 gallons to the mile.
680 horsepower, 8-cylinder diesel. Yep. 600. I mean, a diesel that makes 600 horse makes how much torque, Tin Man? Diesel engines generally make more torque than horsepower. If it's making 680 horsepower,
Max
how much
torque of 2,335 pounds
Yeah,
per
baby.
foot, and has a fuel tank that is 396 gallons.
what a beast! 2,300 foot-pounds. What do you want to move? Yes, that's awesome. 396-gallon tank, dude. She's a beast.
180 horses. That's a lot of horses.
Yep. What a beautiful machine, and we're seeing 2 of them right there. It's just 2 of them. Whatever. No problem.
Just 2 of the largest crawler cranes in the world. There's nothing there.
Just the 2 of us.
Hey.
Alex just pops in.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's just
You're
like
right.
it's been me and EJ, and then Alex just like.
Yeah, I don't understand about big machines. I'm sorry.
So
I'm not a construction expert or anything.
So Alex,
Gotta
like,
ask my brother for that.
yeah, I mean, you think about it. Okay, you know that thing's heavy. You're gonna need a lot of energy to move that thing. The diesel on this is not. It's not like it's attached to a drive shaft that's attached to the crane, right? It's a diesel that's driving an electric motor, and the electric motor is generator. It's generating power for the rest of it, for the hydraulics to work, for the winches to work. So I mean, 2,300 foot-pounds means you need a lot of power, right? You need to make a lot of energy to move something that heavy, right? Just like you need a lot of thrust to move super heavy. It's the same idea, but with different mediums of energy.
Just put a pre-burner. A Raptor pre-burner can probably drive that kind of power.
I mean, I'm not going to say don't do this. I would love a Raptor-powered crane, chat. I don't know about you.
I'll take it. No, I was just thinking it's like when you put it that way, it's like it's basically a hybrid powered crane.
Yeah, it is a hybrid.
Yeah,
That's exactly what it is.
A hybrid. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, just stick or I was gonna say just kind of go the way of the Abrams and stick a gas turbine engine in that thing and go.
I mean, yeah. I would not be upset about this.
Yeah, that should be the next upgrade for like an Abrams tank. Just stick a rocket engine pre-burner in it. Yep.
I think that might be a little too much. Oh, Tiny, what do you got there? Hang
There's
on,
no such thing as too much.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Tiny with the $2 super chat, retired CAD engineer on a 793 hauling truck. Oh, 793s are sweet, dude. That's those big old mining trucks, like the one with a tire that's like 2 stories tall.
Yeah, those things.
That's awesome. I love it. Sweet. I don't know if you guys knew.
Those things are huge too.
Yeah, they are.
Like those Caterpillar, those are massive trucks. They make an 11K look small.
Yeah.
The chassis looks small.
Dude, they're beasts, man. I don't know if you guys know. I love my rockets. My rockets are my number one, but I love heavy construction equipment. I don't know if I'm like secretly 5 years old, probably, or just something's wrong with me, also probably. But yeah, this is awesome. I love seeing this. It's so cool.
Like one of those trucks probably weighs as much as those chopsticks do.
Yep. Beast mode, man. Oh, thanks, guys, for giving me all the stats for the engine. That's sick. 505 kilowatts. She's a beast, man. That's how you move stuff right there. That's some muscle. So cool. $1.21 gigawatts. No, it's not a DeLorean, Will. Okay, not a DeLorean. The only thing that can generate 1.21 gigawatts is a bolt of lightning. Okay, so once again, I'll reel us back in just like the crane is. What we're watching here, guys, is SpaceX install the second pair of chopsticks on Pad B down in Boca Chica. You see that big lumbering mass of metal in the center of your screen here? That is the catching and integration hardware for the second pad. This thing will not only stack boosters, super heavy boosters and starships on Pad B when it's finished, but it'll also catch and receive ships and boosters as well. Now, if you look, we got the wide shot here, Carson, thank you. The chopsticks for Pad A on the right-hand side of your screen caught the Flight 7 booster the other day. And you can kind of see them. They're kind of behind the tower in this picture, but you can also see on the left side of the screen there. Oh yeah, Carson, thank you. You're the man. There they are. And now if you notice, that one already has it installed. That one's good to go. But the other pad here on the left side of your screen is getting its pair of chopsticks installed as well. And we're seeing a Liebherr 11,000 crane, one of the biggest cranes that you can, one of the biggest lattice crawler cranes around. It's not the biggest, but it's definitely up there. What you're seeing is that thing lift up and move it so it can be installed on the second tower here. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed, I am a big construction nerd, so this is like my favorite. That's why they put me, that's why I was like, you know, when they were like, they're going to lift, NSF was like, they're going to lift the chopsticks today. I'm like, put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. I am EJ, your host, accompanied by Ryan Weber here doing our technical commentary. Ryan, hello.
Hi.
Ryan, we apologize for Ryan. He has not gotten a lot of sleep. I think he's been up for a day straight, but we still love him. And Alex here is with me as well, providing technical commentary. Alex, are you out there?
Well, technically, technical commentary. I would not call technical commentary doing puns every 10 minutes.
Hey, you used your spreadsheets today, though. It counts.
True. Okay. Sigh. Okay.
So, I hope you guys are enjoying this. And the move, I know it doesn't look like much is happening. The move is going a little bit slow right now. The reason why
they're going up.
They are going up, just very slowly. When you're moving something as big as these, as big as this sub-assembly, this much mass, you really got to go slow. So you got to kind of squint at the screen here and to see those sticks moving. But you know, and as I say that, they start moving fast. Yes, I was about to say they go kind of methodically, so it starts slow and then they really start to move.
They just need to make sure they're out of the way of the so they're not banging into anything. So they have to get out of the way of the assembly jig. So basically they're going to move up and out of the way, and then they'll like move all the way up, and then it'll swing, translate over, whatever word you want to use, over to the tower and line up for install. So yeah.
I'd like to add that we also have Carson doing the back end for the production today. Carson has been on point with getting us the most pristine camera shots, which are totally leveled because EJ set up one and it was totally level and nothing else happened, and then punch was served. But Carson is doing a great job on the back end. Carson, thank you, buddy. Really appreciate it, man. All right. Ellison going and bringing up trains in the chat over there. SD70 ACE. Oh, you don't need to tell me about EMD locomotives. I am a fan. I celebrate the entire catalog. Don't get into a train discussion with me, guys. That would be, NSF would kill me. I'd sit here and talk trains with you all day.
Oh.
G versus EMD. Oh, don't do this. Don't do this, chat. I'm an Alco fan, all right? Alco makes the best. Be quiet. But I do like.
Yeah, don't bring it up because it would derail the conversation.
I mean, technically, this is already derailed because the chopsticks are not on the rails right now.
Hey, the pun token. I got a pun token. I may be tired, but I can still at least do a pun.
That helped me. Should I double down and keep talking about trains? No. We're here for cranes and booster catch and paraphernalia lifting today. Oh, we got rotation. What's going on there?
Do they have beeping sounds when they have to reverse?
The
Sure.
lever? I'm not sure.
Yeah, the
Beep,
train.
beep, beep. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, Star and Stone, you remember that? The Flame Trench where we went off the rails and started talking about trains on the moon? Hey, I thought that was a good conversation, all right? That was a good
cool.
conversation.
That
That's a
was
good
very much
conversation.
on the rails, yeah. because
Yeah,
it was about
on
trains.
the rails because it was about trains on the moon. Yeah.
Yep.
It was on topic.
I agree.
I mean, let's be honest here. We're talking about that there's a lot of incredibly heavy, cool equipment in play here during this lift, so we're kind of covering it all. So I count it. It's okay. Yeah.
Ryan, what are they doing exactly with this thing right now? Are they pulling it on the taglines? I could see a gentleman with the taglines in the lower right hand corner.
I think they are. I think they're pulling on the taglines, which is kind of nuts considering the weight of this thing. But
yeah, that's what I mean. A profound mastery of physics on your screen here, chat.
pivot.
Pivot. Technique.
Pivot. For anyone who gets that reference.
Get rotated, chopsticks.
Yeah, get rotated.
Get rotated.
So you're in the back channel. I'm so proud.
Oh no, he's here.
He's here.
Run. They're hooking up taglines to the telehandler? Wait, you can do that?
Of course.
I guess you can.
What?
Wait, that's illegal. No, I'm just kidding.
Why not? You know?
Yeah.
It's SpaceX. Like, I mean, you know, what? What do you expect them to do?
Oh yeah, they are. I can see it right there. That JLG down there. Either that or it's in the foreground of the dude with the tagline. Oh, people started talking about 4014. Yes, Chad, I knew I liked you. Drew, what is that? How about the Saren's SGC 250? All right, I actually have to look that up. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna like what I see when
The largest land crane and also a train. What?
Oh, that's awesome, dude. Yep, nope, I like that. Yep, that's pretty cool, and it definitely is a train. Yep, that's amazing. Yep, that thing's sweet. I've seen that before. To be fair, I just didn't know the name of it. Hey Nathan, what's up, dude? What are we watching? Oh, I don't know. I think SpaceX is moving some kind of tuba and installing it onto their radio tower or something. I don't know. Do you know what's going on, buddy?
I don't know what's going on. Something's going on. Waiting for them to get that last little bit and get out of the way of the assembly jigs here.
Yep. It's not a tuba, it's a sousaphone. Oh, sorry. I don't know my musical instrument. I do, but also Sawyer is now punning in. Wait, get him away!
Part of me wants Sawyer to come on and just do something, but
Please no.
We're just kind of hanging out here. So, you know, we're hanging out watching SpaceX lift a mechanical catching device onto a launch tower. Like that's a totally normal thing to say, but you know. Right?
Yep. Oh yeah, no, yeah. Ah, tuba is the concert instrument, sousaphone is the marching instrument. Thank you, Austin. Thank you. Today I learned. All right. That's good to know, man.
Sawyer, don't tempt me. I'll hop on and pun for a bit.
Oh God. Okay. They got those chopsticks way up in the air now, comparatively to where they were before.
Slowly but surely.
Step by step. Slowly I turn. Oh yeah. Carson, thank you for this shot, buddy. Yeah, you can really see that they're definitely up there.
The bottom part of that carriage just needs to clear the bottom, the lowest part of the assembly jig, and then they can probably go up a little bit faster and then swing over and come down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got to get them out of the way of the red stand, right?
Yeah. They're rotating. Get rotated.
I'm sorry for cooking half of the NSF staff, chat. That is totally my fault.
Oh man.
Stubby sticks are better than stubby nozzles, Logan. All right. Well, I'm afraid to jump through the support queue, so we're going to go lightning round support queue.
Do it.
Drunar with $2 Canadian. I believe she's Patience is trying to shoot you. You should probably run, unless you're Neo, in which case dodge it. Jim Cavett with the 1 red team membership. I do appreciate it. Drisbane, $5 super chat. Horsepower is not king. Steve could move more freight than diesel. Yeah, shout out to 4014. That's you're not wrong. Diesel is just a little bit easier to move around. There's a reason why we don't use steam engines on rails. We use them in power plants all the time. I know that. You ain't wrong, dude. You ain't wrong. Drunar, again, if these sticks are 300 tons, the 793 couldn't move them. Yikes. That means they're heavy. All right, Elmad with the $20 right there. Why don't they catch the booster off to the side instead of right over the ORLM, allowing the flames to hit the pad on landing? I think they'll eventually do that, dude. To be honest with you, I think eventually that will get done. They could catch off to the side, because you got to think, like, in the future, a booster, getting caught and getting put back down on the OLM, and then a ship coming in, right? You're not going to catch it right over the hot staging ring on the booster, right? Catch it off to the side. You don't want to go over the helmet. You want to go more over. You want to go more to the side. It'll never happen again.
Well,
go ahead.
Here's the thing. So on pad A, for a return of ship or booster, you have it. They'll come back over the Gulf and straight on. If you try to do it off to the side, you have to dogleg it. And that is a completely unnecessary and utter waste of fuel. And you also imparting another velocity vector on that vehicle that you don't want to impart. And because you're already going one direction, there's no reason to dogleg that. Then comes pad B, where these sticks are going on. That is facing more to the south. They really can't catch over the OLM on this one because, well, they have to dogleg it, which means they're going to have to catch these off to the side just because of the way the tower's facing. So it's entirely dependent on which way the tower's facing, but trying to purposefully change your catch area by like a solid 45 degrees or more, you're gonna have to perform a dogleg with that vehicle, and that's a waste of fuel, it's a waste of performance, and it complicates your landing profile a lot.
So, okay, I got a question. I'm gonna go right back at you, Ryan. I know you're tired, so if you're tired, just say I'm tired. It's all good.
Yeah.
So, what's the solution here? Land right over the booster? What are we talking about here? Like how?
I think the solution is that they will never catch a ship with a booster already on the pad, on that same pad. They will never do it. I think what happens in the future is no matter the launch pad that they have, they will always have two towers, whether it's two launch pads or a launch pad and a catch tower. Because, simply speaking, when you think of the logistics, it is far too dangerous to have a booster on the pad and try to catch a ship. Meaning, you have a booster on one pad, you catch the ship on the other, lower it onto a transport stand. If it's a tanker ship and it doesn't really need much refurbishment, you roll it to the pad nearby, stack it, fuel it, go. It takes a little bit more time, but it still should be pretty quick. We know how quickly they can stack. It would only be a couple of hours in there and whatnot. Now, when it comes to Starlink or other payload stuff, you're not launching it right away anyways. You have to roll it back or roll it to wherever you're doing your payload integration. So that doesn't matter that much. The only ships that will, in theory, be launched right away again are tankers. So I don't think they're ever going to catch a ship with a booster on that pad. Not unless they make a taller tower so they can catch the ship higher. Like, I don't, because there is not enough margin. There just is not enough margin at all to do that. So I think it's far too dangerous. I just think they won't catch a ship with a booster already on that pad. I don't think they will do it.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, because it definitely is a little bit of a, I want to say logistical challenge, but it's more of a don't explode challenge. You know what I mean? Like, crazy. Anyway, Drunar with 5 Canadian. How about the SGC 250, dude? We were talking about that. Yeah, I've seen that before, Drew, but I never knew the name of it. It's a monster, dude. We have Space Pope with $20 in there. Bless this lift. Thank you, you omnipresent lizard person. This lift has been blessed by the Space Pope. Thank you very much. We have Alex Vaughn with a $10 super chat. How much shorter are these sticks than Pad A? They're about half the length. Yeah, you know what I was gonna say. I'm not gonna say it. They modified these chopsticks to be half the length. They did not chop the chopsticks.
You said it.
Happened.
Now you said it. So
Yeah,
you said you weren't going to say it, and then you said it anyways, EJ.
But I had to explain the joke, or else it would have been weird.
Would have been?
Yeah. All right. Anyway. Okay. Moving on. All right. Excellent. We have let's see. We have an 11 euro super chat. The biggest land crane on the moment is the Mammoet. Yeah. First tested last year. Been there in person. Lots of videos on YouTube about it. It's the SK 6000. 6,000 ton ring crane. 6,000 ton trains would be cool too. That absolutely exists. That's cool. All right. Let's go. SK 6000 by Mammoet. All right. I'll have to look into that. Chad, if you're just popping in, we've been talking about cranes because we see a very, very, very Chadly crane lifting those chopsticks into position slowly but surely onto the tower at Pad B here. We have Bob Fillmore gifting 10 more subs there. Do appreciate you, Bob. Thank you very much. You're the best. And then we have Geeson here. Oh no. That's a regular on my stream. $5 tip. What do cranes do at a party? They raise the roof. Okay. You made me do that here. In front of all these people.
They get a pun token.
Yeah, he is also a fan of puns.
Sawyer in chat. Nice.
Man, get this off the screen. I'm clearing the queue. Get it off the screen. Dang it.
That was so bad it was good.
Yeah, he does that. All right. And then we have another $5 here. Man, my Twitch chat is leaking in here. Not good. It's not great. It's not great. Okay. We have another $5 tip here from Austin Skirvin. All right, Austin, what's up? What's on your mind? I hope we don't have to crane our necks when watching this lift. This stream is so uplifting.
Oh.
Hopefully these sticks are not on the chopping block. Thanks for coming to my pun talk.
Dear God.
Austin, why? Why are you like this? Why are you the way that you are?
Man.
Next one. Angry American. All right, $5 super chat. How many towers do you think Starbase in Florida end up with? 4 in Texas, 6+ in Florida? There's gonna be a lot, dude. They're gonna need a lot. You need a lot. Ryan, or Alex, do you want this one? I've been going to Ryan a lot.
They have plenty of space, at least at Florida. I don't
Yep.
know if they could be able to fit another one tower unless they expand south. Remember when originally they wanted to expand to the south of the current launch site boundaries? But instead, for Pad B, what they did is they just dismantled the suborbital pad, and that's where they put Pad B. They did have a bit of an expansion, like a small, but it was mostly stuff that they could build on, except a small strip of land, essentially where perhaps eventually the OLM will be, which is ironic. But yeah, the problem will be, getting approval to expand their footprint into the south, like having all of that area being developed rather than being just flatlands as it is right now. If they were able to do that, then they may be able to fit a third tower, maybe a fourth if they stretch that. Like if they put things very tightly packed and everything, maybe a fourth might fit. But Florida is very promising. There's 37B, right? That they're trying to get that. They're also doing a second tower at 39A for catching. Maybe they get other places. There's plenty of space, plenty of room in Florida. I know that, originally they wanted to have Launch Complex 49, which is not developed right now. But again, all of the processes, all of the paperwork and everything to get that developed and approved, and it's a mess, right? But there's definitely a lot more room there than here in Texas.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they're gonna need a lot. You need a lot of towers to support what I think the scope of what SpaceX wants to do here, right? Like, so.
And eventually there'll be more outside of Florida and Texas. Like,
Yep.
I can think of ocean platforms and things like that, or maybe some on other countries that maybe allies of the U.S. Right? Just like we're seeing some of the small satellite launchers now going to Sweden, they're going to the UK or things like that. And so it's like, well, maybe you could think about not a small satellite launcher, but a big satellite launcher like Starship, right? Although technically it could probably launch small satellites, right? Like transporter style kind of thing. But yeah, that's the whole idea, right? That it's just not going to be Starbase in Florida. There's going to be multiple launch sites across the world, because that's the only way to get to Mars. Like, if you want to have all of those thousands of ships going to Mars, as Elon wants, and this whole multiplanetary spacefaring civilization and whatever. Like, if you really want those goals, you need to go big. You need to spread out, and yeah, that's the whole point.
Yeah, you got to do it. You got to do it in scale, right? And scaling is something I think SpaceX has, with evidence from Falcon 9, that they understand that pretty well, I'd say. Considering we saw Falcon 9 launch, I mean, last week, Alex, didn't they turn around Vandenberg in like 2 days or something? You posted about that, didn't you?
Yeah, they broke their record turnaround time for their pad. Previously, it was 3 days and 15 hours and a bit of a change. And now it's 2 days, 22 hours, and also a bit of a change. And so it's essentially like 2/3 of what it was before. Still, that's still not the fastest turnaround time that SpaceX has done on any of their launch pads. Slick 40 has the crown right now at 2 days, 15 hours. And also, the Slick 4 East, the pad at Vandenberg, that record was only once. Now we need to see that multiple times. Slick 40 has done that at least a handful of times that I can remember. Even like even this year, there's been 4 launches. 2 of them were under 3 days at pad 40. So yeah. And that's with Falcon 9 technology, right? Now imagine all of the lessons learned and everything, and all of the mitigations that they're trying to get. Of course, right now, OLM, the Pad A system. I said this like a few hours ago, and I was called pessimistic in the back channel. It was like, yeah, because right now, Pad A, it's still a good 30 days, 40 days between launches. They may drive that down with some more upgrades in the near future, maybe to 20 days or something like that, 3 weeks. But I don't see that going any further down with the current system. Pad B seems to be built a lot, tougher and a lot more protected. Like the OLM, for example, is water cooled. There's also the flame diverter as well. This, big, huge bucket that they're building with a flame trench and whatever. There's a lot more protections in place for all of the hardware. And so, do I think Pad B will eventually be like 24-hour turnaround? Definitely not anytime soon. But when you have 3 launch pads that can be turned around, I don't know, like once every week, you can launch 3 times a week. And if you can turn them around every 3 days or something like that, then you can launch every day, right? And so that's the point, is when you have multiple launch pads and like these launch pads can be turned around, maybe not in a day, but in a reasonable amount of time, then you start getting a really high cadence. And this is what I meant with Falcon 9. Sure, it's 3 days for turnaround times, but they have 3 launch pads, which means, in theory, if they were to keep that across the whole year, that would mean a daily cadence of Falcon 9. They don't do that because there's other constraints, like Falcon 9 second stage is expendable, and so it needs to be produced, tested, and transported and everything. And then also, they need to use the drone ships and everything. So there are other constraints there. But in theory, on paper, just looking at the turnaround times of the pads, if you don't look at everything else, right, then you could do such a thing with Falcon 9 technology. Now look up, Starship, 7 pads, 8 pads, and ocean platforms and, all that stuff. Then you can launch 1,000 ships to Mars.
Yeah, dude, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know about you guys. I would like to see like as many Starships as 747s, please. We should do that. We should build more of those. More rockets, more better, as Jack says, but more pads, more better too.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are they? What's going on there? I can't. It's hard to see it from the heat distortion. They haven't really moved much in here.
I think I saw them moving around some railroad ties or like crane mats. Maybe they're trying to lay down an area for the crane to move on or something. I don't know though.
Mm-hmm. Maybe they're just getting the taglines like not tangled up and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's probably like that. That's probably not a thing, guys. Don't listen to me. I don't have a hoisting license. I seem to see a lot of people on the ground moving around taglines. That's why I put it out there. If you have a hoisting license and you're a crane operator, I would like to learn. You know why? Cranes are awesome. So let us know. Cranes are cool. Do you see what's happening on the screen right now? That's pretty neat.
It is cool to watch. Really is.
Amazing, dude. This stuff, it really is fascinating to see it, Totally not taking a sip of water right now. That's totally not what's going on. Anyway. So, guys, if you're curious as to what's going on, you're curious, what are we watching here? Why are we talking about cranes? SpaceX is looking to install the carriage and the chopstick assembly on their second tower here. You see that big hulking mass of metal in the center of your screen there, that is the piece of equipment that they'll use on the second pad to not only stack boosters, but receive and catch boosters that are coming back down for landing, and maybe ships in the future. And I say maybe, I'm pretty sure. Ryan, you convinced me with what you said before about the second pad catching ships. That makes sense. So hopefully we see ships in the future. But if you're wondering what's going on, we're here watching them move this. We don't know the exact mass. We know it's somewhere in between 200 and 300 tons. Either way, we're watching this 200 to 300 ton object get moved around by a Liebherr 11,000 crane, which is that yellow structure behind the tower in this shot. And I must say it's pretty fascinating. And I must also say that it's very fun to talk about this and experience this with you guys. This is super cool. I mean, that is a mastery of physics going on there, and it's fascinating to watch. I don't know about you guys. I love watching the machine that builds the machine. Rockets are always going to be my number one, but cranes are pretty dang cool.
Looks like it's moving.
There we
At least
go.
I saw a very big move there. But isn't this technically the machine that cranes the machine?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, John. Yeah, we could get the tables out. We could look at the lifting tables in chat. John was saying we could go to the Liebherr website and look at the lifting tables for this configuration and get a good idea. We're theorizing between 200 and 300 tons. I mean, that is not a small piece of equipment right there. I mean, if somebody wants to look up the tables, I mean, Alex, that's kind of seems like something you might be appreciated, but it's not rocket, so I'm not sure how much of the spreadsheets will delve into that. But
Unfortunately, I don't have the website open.
yeah, it's all good, man. I don't mean to put you on the spot. Chat, somebody tee it up. When we can see the counterweights on the back, it's sitting in the cradle on that Liebherr right there. You can see them. They have red triangles on a white background. Each one of those counterweights that the crane is carrying is 10,000 kilos or 22,000 pounds, and there's a lot of them on the back. Phil, you don't want to play that game. It's Monday. Anyway.
Yeah, the crane is slowly crawling back. Very slowly. Because you can now see the all the SpaceX counterweights that are on the V-frame counterweight tray here. So you can see that a lot better now. It's crawling away from the assembly jig. And then my guess is it'll swing over towards the tower. It just takes a while to do this. But it's slowly crawling.
So Brian, you were saying that they do have they're carrying extra counterweight on the back of the yellow crane. Some of the counterweights from the other one.
Yeah, the V frame.
Yep.
So SpaceX has a bunch of their own. So they after a while of using Fagoli and Buckner for a lot of their transport operations, SpaceX ended up buying their own SPMTs that have SpaceX on them. They've also bought their own counterweights that has SpaceX on them. And they're all the counterweights that are painted black. And there's a bunch of those in the counterweight tray that's attached to the V-frame on the back there. So there's those 3 stacks of black counterweights in addition to the standard counterweight tray that's on the chassis for the 11K itself. So yeah, that's all set up. If you counted all the counterweights, then you could get a rough idea of the weight of this thing. Which would be a lot of fun. But because might not be able to see them all, and depending on all the cameras you could get at, but you'd still could get a rough idea of how much it weighs. They're still crawling back very slowly. It is going backwards.
Okay. So Ryan, they lifted it up, they crawled forward, they rotated it, now they're crawling back to kind of move it through the red stands, right? That's what's going on?
Yeah, they're getting it through the red stands, and then my guess is they'll swing it over after that point, and then they'll lift it up slightly to line it up with the tower. Is what it seems like. So yeah, that kind of looks like to be their plan. It just as a spoiler alert for everybody here. This is gonna take a while. This is not, as we've been saying all this time, this is not something you rush. This is probably going to take the good chunk of the rest of the day for them to light it up, swing it over. My guess is they hope they can get this thing lined up on the tower, and then at least lined up mostly so they can start the pins and stuff over the night. And then hopefully get it disconnected sometime tomorrow. That would be my guess is what they plan to do. But I am going to get off and get some sleep because it's been a while. And you in place of me you get NASASpaceflight actual. So
how disappointing.
Chris Berger himself. So
ladies and gentlemen, Ryan's gonna head out. That's Ryan Weber. Thank you for the commentary, dude. How many hours have you been awake?
At 22.
Okay, yeah, you should bed like now.
I'm gonna go to bed, and you guys have fun. Hopefully, I'll wake up to this thing mostly on the tower. Yeah, you guys have a good. I was about to say good night, but it's whatever. Either way, yeah, it is what it is.
Well, it's night here in Europe, so
yeah, there you go.
Technically correct. The best kind of correct.
Yep. So
whatever time zone it is where you are.
It's just past 8 p.m. in former Europe. Sorry, Alex.
It's 9:24 here.
Yeah.
Anyways, have fun, and
buddy.
you get Chris B now. So yeah.
Cool. Chris, welcome. How are you?
Hello. Yes. We all thought this might happen a bit faster than this, didn't we?
Yeah.
So it took forever to lift it. Then suddenly we're watching this crawl very, very slowly on its tracks. And there's absolutely no way they're going to get this to Tower 2 within the next few hours at least. And we've got a Starlink launch coming up at some point. So we will probably find an endpoint for this live stream, because we will have to go and follow the Starlink launch. Live webcast starts in about 35 minutes. Alex, how long till the Starlink webcast?
Right now, we should be going live in about 40 minutes.
Oh, there you go. So probably that might be the plan. Because we can then do time lapses of Ellis Hour. We're doing his time lapse, as all Ellis always does, for things like that. And of course, Starbase Live will continue to cover with the view, so you're not going to miss anything. The only thing you're going to miss is a commentary. And it might be a bit silly if we commentate over this, crawling ever so slowly, and the Starlink launch, which is coming up. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's up to Kevin Michael Reid. Kevin Michael Reid is producing, and Kevin Michael Reid will say what the plan is, because Kevin Michael Reid is God.
You gave him an in. He's not talking. So, hi, I'm Kevin. I'm here. And thank you, Chris. I am God.
Was that a Kevin Michael Reid impression?
Yeah.
Was it as bad as Daz's impression of me in the recent summary video? Honestly, he did an impression of me, and it was terrible. Right? I love Daz to pieces. He's brilliant. But he can't do English impressions. He really can't. He sounded like something from a 1920s Mary Poppins movie. I thought, well, that is about as un-Yorkshire as you get. He goes, hello, my name is Chris. Good evening. Good total pip. I was like, Have I ever sounded like that, Daz?
Oh.
Fair play, I can't do an American accent to save my life. I can't. So I can't get my revenge on him, which is really annoying.
Well, I think you doing a bad English impression of Das doing an English impression that's bad.
That's how bad Daz's impression was,
good.
though.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
so
good.
technically,
Pretty good. I'm
by
here for it.
paradox, that was accurate.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're good.
Oh my word! Yeah, no one talks like you, Grant, over here, or the Queen. No one talks like that anymore. No, that was 1920s at maximum. We all have our accents now, and we're all talk like people like me.
You could say it's the most English accent.
Oh my God, no, EJ, no, don't go down it. Don't go down it. Don't go down that route.
Oh, I'll
There are English in chat. The Crouchy's actually from York, so Crouchy's in chat, and I noticed that. Hey, lad. Hey, up. Yeah, we'll teach Daz some Yorkshire words for fun and let him just do it in an American accent. It'll all sound even more hilarious.
Oh.
Chopsticks. I digressed already. I've only been on 3 minutes and I digressed already.
Don't worry, I've been on for 4 hours and I've digressed.
It has been going on forever. This. I mean, we remember from the first tower Chopsticks being installed, it felt a lot faster than this.
Yeah.
And these are shorter sticks, there's less mass involved. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I mean, they seem to be moving very deliberately, Chris. So, like, they'll do one move, and then they'll stop, check if everything's okay, and then move again, and then stop, and then check if everything's okay. But a little bit earlier, and this is kind of just bringing everybody up to speed. Dan, my British impression is scary. Thank you?
Yeah. There we go.
I think.
That's not a thank you. It's I'll try to improve.
Right. I'll work on it, mate. I'll work on it.
Hey, that's quite good. That's quite good.
Hey, thanks. So they, Chris, a little bit before they had one of the pneumatic jacks. The airline got caught up and like twisted. Like basically like when you're trying to hook up something new to your TV and the cable always the cable gets. Just magically just gets tied in a knot with a cable that's there. It's like, I don't know how that happened, but that's what happened. They had that. So they had to stop for a second. The thing wasn't lifted up. The chopsticks weren't lifted up when this thing happened. So they had to untangle everything. That's why it kind of took so long.
Yeah, I actually saw that. I've been watching all the way, listening to commentary, enjoying it greatly. And I was the one who was invoking Sawyer has infected everybody in our team. That we're all doing puns now. I'm yet to really join the pun club. I've not really found a good enough pun to present to the public, shall we say. But yeah, I'll work on it because I think Sawyer has set a standard of pun tokens. I think he can't have exclusivity over the puns. But yeah, I was watching it earlier. It did remind me of the cables that inexplicably get tangled together for no reason whatsoever. I'm looking at the back of my PC right now, and I'm seeing the same problem. There we go. I'm thinking, well, I installed those one by one. How are they wrapped themselves around each other? There's some magic gremlin behind my PC playing with my wires. But it was like that, wasn't it? And they had to get that done before they could lift it. But I mean, if you look at it now, it's come well away from the parallel bars, which remind me of the Olympics. So that's one thing. But it's gonna be a while before they even get it. Before the crane detached, because they've got to get into the tower, onto its pins, and that's going to take probably another day. I mean, we're talking about a long time before we see the crane release from these sticks.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we got a little bit of movement there.
Good movement or bad movement?
I'm not crane. I'm not enough of a craneologist to know if this is good or bad movement, but it is moving. It looks like someone's pulling on it with a tagline. You can see the lines going slack there.
Oh, you know what? There's a little trick here, right? I know most people will know this, but the people who don't will find this the most helpful internet tip they'll ever hear in their lives. If you're on a PC and you press the J key, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then press the L key, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you get like a mini time lapse. Because it skips backwards and forward. We call it the A/B test. You can even do 5-second increments with the left cursor and the right cursor keys. And then you can see the wobble and you can see the movement. You can see the crane, it's actually still moving. So that's the way, when you're watching it live, you won't see the movement as much. But when you do that A/B test with the J and L keys on your keyboard, Marcus, oh wow! I'm blowing minds. I am blowing people's minds. I must admit, I was late to hearing about this little trick.
Really?
But it is.
I normally
it's very
use
handy.
the arrows.
Yeah, that's five. I think the arrows are 5-second increments, and the J and L keys are 10-second increments. So that's how it works. But yeah, they also work as well. I don't know if you can do it on mobile. Maybe you can do 10 seconds, but it's not as obvious as quickly tapping a key.
If
Yeah,
double
you
tap-
can.
double tap
Yeah,
the
you can
speed.
double tap. And you can also set up, because this is the neat thing about the mobile version, is that double tap, you can set up how much it moves the video. So it can be like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, or 15. You have to go to settings and do that. But, if you're always doing like 10 seconds, then you can set that by default to 10 seconds.
I think there's people in chat playing on me a little bit, going, my mind is blown. I'm thinking these people already knew about that, and they're just trying to make me feel good. But no, that is something handy right now, because as EJ was talking about the wobble and the movement, you can really see. You can't see it live, can you? It's not very obvious live, but you can if you do that little trick with the time lapsing.
Yeah, we okay, so Carson has a 23-second playback here, so you guys we can see the movement. Tee it up, dude. What do we got here? Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. This is kind of a preview of what we're probably going to see from LSR in a little bit. But Carson, thank you so much. Oh, look at that. See, there they are crawling it forward, and then they're going to rotate it. Lift it up, rotate it, and then the crane's going to move back.
Wow.
That is, dude, when you see it like that, it's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, wait, I don't remember them doing that. Like, we've been watching it the whole time, but it really is a lot of movement. It just happens very, very slowly.
And that's why they pay the big bucks, these crane drivers. It's a skill.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
years of experience. I wonder if crane drivers start on the smallest cranes first and then get promoted up the size of crane. That would make sense to me, because these must be the most experienced crane drivers with the big cranes.
Yep. So, okay, this part I actually do know. And if there's hoisting people out there, you guys let me know if it's changed as much. So you actually start as what's called an oiler. That's like an oiler is an apprentice to a crane operator. And they'll basically teach you how the entire crane works. And then you move into operating a smaller crane, or, I mean, when I say smaller crane, I mean that the Buckner crane that's in the foreground here, that's a telescoping crane. You'd start there with smaller stuffs, Chris. So yeah, that's not far off, but you'd start as what's called an oiler. The oiler is kind of, like I said, the co-pilot for the crane, so to speak. And then you learn the ropes there, and then you'd move to the crane, and then you move to bigger cranes from there. But hoisting certifications are something that needs, like a pilot's license or a driver's license, that needs to be renewed. You need to keep getting that, because this is serious business here. And Chris, you're right. They do make some good money with the big cranes, but you need a lot of experience to run that big crane. Literally learn the ropes. That's right. I didn't want to say it, Ed. I didn't want to say it. Sawyer's lurking.
Sawyer is always lurking.
Yep. I didn't want to say it, but that's exactly what's going on.
30 minutes to Starlink stream, according to Alex. So yeah, I'm still waiting for further instructions, unless I missed it, from Kevin Michael Reid, otherwise known as God, producer extraordinaire. Because this is definitely, you can see from this great long range view here, you can see the amount of time it's taking just to get past the parallel bars, even though it's still in that area, and the distance to go towards the tower.
Wait a minute.
It's probably 2 hours.
Wouldn't they?
At least.
Wouldn't they be uneven bars, Chris? Gymnastics. Those are uneven bars.
You're
Parallel.
right. Yes. The only Olympic gymnastic sports I can remember off the top of my head was parallel bars, so I went with it.
Parallels are
But you're
cool,
right,
but
because they are
uneven
not
cool too.
parallel, are they? No, you're right. Yeah, I've been saying that for the last few weeks since they've been put up.
Oh.
No one in chat pulled me up on it.
Sorry. Wait, does that mean... Wait, chat, were you guys doing that on purpose? Did I just mess something up? Oh, no. Oh, no.
No, accuracy is uneven parallel bars.
Yeah, there you go. That's what they're uneven parallel
Oh, my
bars.
goodness. You've just seen that. It's an amazing thing to watch, where they do that spinning around and then jump to one bar to the other and then go around on their bellies and
that's
turn
awesome.
around and spin back up and fly in the air. It's
Super
amazing.
cool.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah. some real talent that I don't have.
I'll just fall. I'll be looking to hang on to one of the bars and then I might start swinging.
I would definitely hurt myself on those.
But yes, we're still not invoked Kevin Michael Reed. I'm still invoking him by talking about it. Because I think the plan will be... I'm pre-warning chat just in case we just don't suddenly drop off audio coverage of this, because that's all it'll be, is we'll go back to Starbase Live, where the views will continue. So you're going to miss nothing. If you're fascinated by this and you've got no interest in the Starlink launch, you can continue watching it on Starbase Live. The only difference will be that our commentary will be focused on the Starlink launch on a separate stream anyway, and that's where we'll be focusing our attention for the following hour and 20 minutes-ish. Do you have any pressing questions, EJ? Or have I entered this realm of communication with the prerequisite that I was going to be hosting? I don't know what we're doing.
Dude, we've covered a lot of ground here. We talked about where the chopsticks were made. They were made in Florida. They were shipped here. Why they're shorter. Ryan and I had a great discussion about, like ship catching and stuff. We've covered the whole spectrum. But you guys, I mean, once again, if you're curious about this stuff, you're like, wait, what do you mean they're only for ships? Like, what do you mean they're going to catch it with ships? I mean, tag us, ask us. We're here. This is what we do. This is how we make these streams long. We just keep the conversation going and keep it going and go from there. I mean, Chris, do we have some questions lined up? In that queue?
As soon as I get the panel open.
All right. In the meantime, I'm going to pop through some support here and go from there. So, Drunar's $5 Canadian again. Pad A is east of Tower. Pad B is more south of its crane. So, couldn't Tower 2 catch to the side of the OLM without the dog leg? That was in regards to, catching with the chopsticks, not directly over the OLM. Ryan made a pretty good argument for, that never happening, but I don't know, man. I say never with SpaceX, like I think that would be possible, sure. We got Drizbane there with a $5 super chat. So Starship will need different launch towers to cover different orbits for recovery since the towers are directional. Now, see, that's what I'm talking about. See, that's why I think we'll eventually see something like that, because if you're coming from an inclined orbit back to Boca Chica or any catch tower, there could be a scenario where being offset to the OLM would make way more sense. I mean, consider the chopsticks your runway, right? That's what makes perfect sense to me. Like, who knows, though? We got Zach with a $5 super chat, $4.99 super chat. First tower is Mechazilla. Should Tower 2 get a King Kong name? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's interesting because, I mean, a lot of people have been saying that recently and coming up with names. And that probably will be the way they'll go forward. But I did notice that when they first talked about Second Tower, I thought it was just Mechazilla again. I thought they're going to stick with that and call Mechazilla 1, Mechazilla 2. But I honestly think I'm wrong on that now. That was my guess, by the way. No one had said anything. But it would make a lot more sense to give it another cool name. And then you could actually put the decals on the relevant vehicles that get used by those towers. That'd be a little fun thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, AJ? I've got the panel now, so I'm going to run through some speech outs because you've been doing it all day. Steve,
yeah, you got one up. All right, do it.
Yeah. Steve says, one giant leap for crane kind, the crane that has more lift in New Glenn. Houston with a pandemic. Oh my goodness, Steve, you went full belt with that one, full tilt. That was funny because the New Glenn launch, back me up on this one. I honest to God thought that was going to fall back on the pad. The thrust to weight ratio of that vehicle is nothing like anything else I've seen. It literally just crawled. And there was like a change in lighting, where it did feel like it was actually not moving upwards at all. I thought this vehicle is going to fall back on the pad. And it's going to be like, It's going to be like, it was not even worse than, do you remember the Antares launch? That got about 10 seconds into flight when the engines went rud, and that thing just stopped midair and came crashing back down. I actually felt physically sick with that one. I don't know why. I've got no massive affinity with Antares, but it was just so visually, oh my goodness, it hit me like a ton of bricks.
It really, Chris, I'd like to think that we got a kind of a good idea how much effort goes into this stuff. You know, even having a taste of how much time it takes to get a rocket to the pad, fuel it, send it, you know, build the payload, everything. You get everything up to that launch. Seeing it quite actually go up in flames, that hurts. It hurts by proxy. You're just like, okay. Please no.
Also got Tom, a Thornmaster. Sorry, my eyesight is ridiculous. Thornmaster. There they are. Rocket like a hurricane. Oh my. Hang on. Was this back when we were asking people for puns? There they are. Rocket like a hurricane. Do I get extra credit if I catch a fly with those bad boys? I don't know. I missed that pun request part, but well done with that. Diabronton asks, would they upgrade Pad A to be as good or better than Pad B eventually? Yes. When Elon did his tour with the pad on with Tim Dodd, he did say that once Pad B was ready, they would then start to modify Pad A to follow suit. So we fully expect Pad A to at least get the orbital launch mount 2, which we see at Sanchez right now, that will go to Pad B. I expect another mirror of it being built at Sanchez to go at Pad A, and that'll replace the current orbital launch mount we've got there, because that is the design I want to go forward with. We'll get to see a flame trench. Will we see them replace the chopsticks? That's the question, because there's been no word about that. Nothing relevant to the chopsticks themselves. You'd think that maybe they'll be happier with these shorter chopsticks because they've got it at 39A and they've got it at Tower 2 now. Maybe they'll keep the old chopsticks anyway at Tower A because they've been working. But we do know that less mass is better and they don't need to be that long. That's why 39A got shorter chopsticks. They learned pretty early that the chopsticks were too long at Pad A. So maybe they'll replace those as well. Depends on the timeline because they'll want to have 2 pads operational ASAP. So the way they do this with just 1 tower for the next few years, that sounds like a lot. So maybe they'll try and find a way of either overlapping for a while, or maybe they'll simply just say, let's just modify some of Pad A and keep chopsticks, for example.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, I don't think they're going to modify the chopsticks. I really don't. I think they're just going to keep them long. If you look at it, okay, so where am I coming from with this? Look at Vandenberg's transporter erector. It still does that. It's not a throwback transporter erector. If you guys cast your mind back to Vandenberg launches versus 39A or Pad 40 with Falcon 9, right? Vandenberg's transporter erector retracts fully. It moves back to 87 degrees. Well, the 39A and the 40 transporter erectors move to 89 degrees. It's 78 degrees. It moves away. Sorry. The point is that Vandenberg's transporter erector is much older hardware, but they still use it. I think the chopsticks are the same in this regard. I think they're just going to keep them long and just kind of keep using them.
Yeah, that's a great. I've never used that, EJ. I'm going to steal that because that is a great reference to how SpaceX can continue without a commonality of modification. Should we call it? I just made it up, but it sounded quite good. The Vandenberg site is pretty much back in its day, isn't it? It's not been. They've not gone, oh, you know what? We need to take Vandenberg offline for a while we get that transport erector brought up to the standards we have on the East Coast. So, and look at the flight cadence they're having. I mean, it's impressive as it is. Not just Slick 40, which is their most active pad right now. It really is impressive how they turn that pad around. 39A's in the mix, but also Vandenberg launches, they seem to be quite frequent these days. Yep. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see. You know what I'm interested in, EJ? Slick 6.
Oh, yes.
Slick 6. Oh, Slick 6. Yeah, Slick 6, my beloved.
Yep.
What a launch site. They could easily, as is planned, launch Falcon 9s and Falcon Heavies from there, but they've got the space to do what they've done at 39A and have a Starship tower there as well. That'd be something else. That'd be West Coast. Woohoo! That'd be amazing.
Nathan, Slick 6, huh? Interesting. Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? It's really gets the noggin jogging there, doesn't it? Anyway, Chris, I think it's time for me to head out. I have to go to work. My boss is making me go to work, so I think this is time for me to go. This
is your job.
Yeah, right. Wait, what? It is?
This
Oh,
is
no.
your job. Tell your boss, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
guys, I do stream on Twitch, and that's actually what I'm gonna head off to do. But please stick here with NSF. Watch this crane operation and lift. Chris, when we did this morning, we were all like, yeah, let's cover the crane lift. We'll get it done in the morning. It'll be great. It'll be good by noontime.
Yeah.
Whoops. Whoops.
I thought the same. I'd go on a little bit long-winded, but I wanted to let you get off, EJ. But thanks for covering the last 4 hours. I think it's been 4 hours of coverage of this crane crawling ever so slowly with the chopsticks in hand, should we call it? But yeah, thanks, EJ.
Yep. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much for having me. I know it's a privilege being on here, and I try to bring my A game. So, all right, I'll see you guys later. Enjoy the Starlink launch. And if you're over on the Twitch space, if you're ever over there in that circle, twitch.tv/EJ_SA, I'm out there. Come talk to me. I love talking about rockets and cranes and trains and all this other good stuff. See you guys. Chris, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, by the way, we've got an EJ command in chat. We can just do command EJ, comes up this Twitch channel. So that's a quick way of getting a shortcut to EJ's channel there on Twitch. Also, I don't know if I'm on my own here or if Alex has joined me.
No, I'm here. I'm still here. Yeah.
To leave me on my own with a microphone, all hell could break loose.
I just let you two talk to each other because you were having such interesting conversations there.
Well, thank you, Alex. That's very nice. Nice thing anyone's ever said to me. I'm going to make sure before we go to Starlink coverage, because I think that is the plan, by the way, boys and girls. That's what I was preempting, is that we're going to keep going, keep following this chopstick move until we then move on to the Starlink launch coverage, remembering that those who want to watch the chopsticks continue to move have Starbase live, continually doing these views. The only thing that will change is the commentary. The commentary will move to the Starlink launch. So that's where we'll have 2 streams going again. You won't miss a thing. You can pick and choose which stream you want to watch. You can even watch both if you're feeling like it, because you could have the Starlink launch on and you could have the SBL on a different browser. That's the magic of the internet these days. But I want to make sure before we go into Starlink, I'm going to thank these people who have supported us, because there's so much support in it. It's ridiculous. Corey Fingleton, since Elon has stated that SpaceX's goal is to have 1 hour turnaround time, I believe we will eventually see both vehicles caught with one tower. What's your thoughts on that, Alex?
Well, you could have a pad turnaround time of 1 hour, but not a vehicle turnaround time of 1 hour. The booster lands back on the launch mount, the ship lands somewhere else, and then you have another ship ready. The reason why I say this is because it's impossible for the ship to have a 1 hour turnaround. Like, unless by turnaround you count, like, not in between launches, but, from landing to the next launch. Because the ship will go into orbit, and it needs to do its mission, right? And then, in order to come back to the launch site, to the same place it took off from, it needs to also align with the orbits and whatnot. And in the future, you might think, for example, a ship that launches from Starbase might land at Florida, or maybe one that launches from Florida lands at Starbase, right? And so on and so forth. But the pad, excuse me, but the pad, if it can be turned around in 1 hour, then you land the booster, you put it on the launch mount, you have another ship ready next to the tower, just put it on the booster and launch it again within an hour. That's sort of the idea, because the ship, whatever you're sending to orbit, it's going to take 90 minutes, an hour and a half, to go around and come back over the launch site. So there's no way you can do that in 1 hour, unless, again, you count like, okay, the ship lands and you have an hour. But what do you do with that one? You don't have any physical time to really load a payload, for example, on the ship, unless it's a tanker or something like that. And so that's sort of the idea, right? That the operationality of the whole process, the pad, sure, 1 hour turnaround, but the vehicle itself, both stages, the booster definitely, the ship less definitely, my opinion at least.
Very good. Drew Nar, at 2:23, and I believe that's CST, with the clock on the left-hand side, for people who want to reference that, you can see the counterweight tray extend. That's part of the move, I would suspect, because again, the A/B test I was talking about earlier, where you can go backwards and forwards fast in time, it's moving, but just very, very slowly. But when you do the little time-lapse, time-lapse trip with YouTube, you can actually see it's moving quite a lot, and the actual sticks are moving around quite a fair while. I mean, within reason, they know exactly what they expected with this, so that's fine. But it is why they have counterweights. The counterweights are there to counteract the load that they've got in front of the crane, which is chopsticks. It's really fascinating. I've never really been into cranes all that much until Starbase, and now I can't pass a construction site in my local city without stopping and admiring the crane they have there. Thinking, it's not as big as the ones at Starbase, but I do admire you, crane. I'm sure there's a crane driver go, why is that bloke staring at my crane for? Telstar, EJ the craneologist, I can hardly say that. He lifts everyone's spirits. That's very nice. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. He's popped off now, but he'll appreciate that. Jackson became a Padrap member. Space Pope, blessing this chat with T-Rex Tower, Rexzilla, Metal Gear Rex. Oh my word, we're thinking of names for the new sticks or new Mechazilla system on Tower 2. Rockhounds, crane lift at 1,200 US tons or 24 million pounds. Is that 24 million? My word. Crazy. Johnny Mac asks, what's the name of the tower in Florida? Good question. I have never heard them name it. Alex, have you heard any names?
I just call it the tower at 39A.
Yeah, I do.
Whenever they have two towers, well, one of them is going to be a catch-only tower, so it's going to be the catch tower at 39A. And the other one will be the launch and catch tower, I guess.
We've never really seen too much from SpaceX on the Starship 39A side of things, as far as tweetage or X-Purse, whatever we call it these days. I'm sure when maybe they do, that will invoke Elon to do a quote RT, or whatever they call it these days. Now it's called X, and maybe we'll get some name then, because the official SpaceX accounts they do say Mechazilla and what have you. They're not shy by saying it, but I think that came after Elon said it. A bit like the Mega Bay. Elon had to say it before they started calling it. It was kind of weird, which makes sense. It does make sense to do it that way. But it's an interesting question because I've never heard a name for it. So maybe there is a name out there and we'll hear it before long. I'm sure it's probably down to Elon to think something up there. Oh, Jasper. All right. We're talking about Slick 6, Alex, before you came on. Because I love Slick 6. It was going to be a shuttle launch site for the West Coast. And I was so fascinated by it. The interesting thing about the shuttle launches from Slick 6 was it was a requirement from the DoD for polar orbit launches. So this question plays into that. Jasper K asks, what will we see Starship? Where will we see Starship at Vandy? So we're talking about requirements here. Is there anything you can think of that would have a requirement to launch Starship from the West Coast?
Well, from a performance standpoint, in theory, the Starship rocket could go into a polar orbit without needing to get into Vandenberg. And in fact, this is the funny thing is that Vandenberg is currently being used a lot by Falcon 9, but precisely not for polar orbits, because it's launching to 53 degrees inclination, and that's pretty much ISS inclination. So like it's a set of launches that they could really do from Florida. They just use Vandenberg because, well, that's another pad. They can launch more, right? More launches, more better. And so they can deploy a lot of these Starlinks by having a third launch pad that can do that. But what I can see is perhaps from the defense military side of things is having a launch pad at Vandenberg might be beneficial for them, for the U.S. Space Force and the Air Force and whatever branch of the military you may think about, like the National Reconnaissance Office and whatnot. Mainly thinking about things like, loading secretive payloads and having only special access. Like imagine bringing a very critical satellite to Starbase to integrate that on a Starship rocket. That will be quite a mess, right, in terms of the security. So yeah, they're doing the same at the Cape, right? They're having a pad at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, apart from the one at the Kennedy side, and that's probably because of that, because it's it's on the military base side of things in Florida, and that's interesting for the military side of things. I can see that happening in the future for Vandenberg.
Very good. I personally would love it because Slick 6 is very underused. It's when I was writing a history about it, when it wasn't SpaceX that announced it, it was the US Air Force that announced it. They put a press release out and I was like, oh! And I fell off my chair and I said, right, I'm turning everything off for the next few hours. I'm going to write this article up because I love Slick 6. And I was writing up the history about it, and it was a pretty small area to start with. They were going to launch more from there, and it then expanded out a little bit more, but it kind of found it was inquiring itself against cancelled vehicles, and of course the shuttle was the biggest one. That was when they built up the area big time and spent a heck of a lot of money. They had Enterprise out there for fit checks, and it was going to be Discovery's new home. Discovery was going to take up the West Coast and carry out those launches. And it was as that was about to happen, they actually picked the first mission as well and the crew, and then Challenger happened. And Challenger, it was where the US Air Force got very cold feet about being involved with the space shuttle program and opted against it, and that's what killed Slick 6 off, and then ULA took it over for Delta. And that's they've since given up that lease now because they've moved on to Vulcan. No more Deltas. And hopefully we're going to start seeing SpaceX make some progress there. I'm sure Harry, with his satellite in space, will spot the first movement of previous hardware at the launch site as they revamp it for SpaceX. But SpaceX has said very little about it since, so we'll have to keep an eye out for when they do announce something, and that's when we might see some progress there. Right. Oh, launch director. I can't pronounce that. Majn has become a launch director. That's one of our highest level memberships, so thank you for your support. That is awesome. Very much appreciated. We've got several questions. I'm going to answer. I'm going to take both of them. They're both very similarly written, but I'm going to take both of them because one expands on it. Aidan asks, how long do you think it will be until the new Chopsticks move? And the second one was from Jackster Max. Sorry, that was perfectly written username, but I couldn't read it. When do you think that they will have the new Chopsticks become operational? Lots of hydraulic hookups, I imagine. Yeah. Well, we've seen with 39A's Chopsticks, they're not hooked up to anything, are they? When they moved them recently, and they've moved them back since, was to make room for some work at the flame tree. I don't think they were moved by hydraulics, were they? They were just moved manually.
Yeah, that was totally manually. And as for when they might move, here the ones at Pad B with hydraulics and whatnot, end of February, March, if they really want to get things quickly. I don't know. It's hard to say right now.
It is. I'm just digesting this question from Bill, who goes, let's open up month-long pre-orders for existing patches. Pretty pleased with a cherry on top. I was trying to work out what that emoji was. There we go. Right, so the way it works, I can speak about this because I know how it works. We design a patch, we send it off to the patch company, they send us a sample, then we refine it so we know we're happy with it, so it's the best possible quality, and then we order a batch in. You can only order them in large batches, and you can't order too many because that's the risk of leaving lots where you've not sold them and you end up making a loss on it. Or you can order what you think we definitely can probably get close to selling. And it's worked out reasonably well if you think about it, because we've got a few patches that didn't sell out and a few that did. And patch 7, for example, is at 90-something% sold as pre-order. Because pre-order is where they're making them and they've got to ship them to Texas, and then Texas is where our warehouse is and that distributes them out. So that's why it's pre-order right now. We can't then order another batch in because that would be a large batch again, and that means we definitely won't sell those out and we'd just make a massive loss. We can't do that. So that's why we say when we get patch in, we say, right, it's available now, probably on pre-order, and once it's gone, it's gone. And we do mean it. It's not a sales tactic. I know a lot of people will think it will. It's a sales tactic. It's not. It's just the way it works, the economy of scale. So that's why we can't really then get another little batch in. It doesn't work that way. You can only order so many in one go. Right, hope that bit of a word salad, but I hope that worked for you as an explanation. Gina G, do you think the stubby sticks increase the statistical chances of catch failure because of less wiggle? I think it helps. I mean, let's just read that one again. Do you think the stubby sticks increases the statistical chance of a catch failure because of less wiggle room? Okay, well, I'm thinking less wiggle is helpful. Less wiggle room, I don't think is an issue because
I think they may mean about the length of the rail, right? Because the landing rail is a bit over half of the length of the other Chopsticks. But if you look at the Booster 12 and Booster 14 landing, those two were totally within what these landing rails and these Chopsticks will be like, because they were actually on the half of those chopsticks that is closest to the tower, which is essentially what these landing rails on these shorter chopsticks will be at. I personally think that at least the landing rail axis, if you think about how a vehicle comes into the chopsticks, right? You have left and right, up and down, and then also in the landing rail axis, right? Like further away from the tower, closer to the tower. It feels to me that close to the tower is not a big deal, right? But the problem is the tower gets scorched, right? The closer that it is. So it's a very fine balance that they have to really have there with all of their systems and their planning and whatnot. I don't think it really increases the chances that much, though.
The reason why Wiggle caught me out there was I remember the slap test with B12.1, was it? The test tank, which is out there in the orbital launch mount. And we were seeing quite a lot of, probably not wiggle's the right word, but we saw a lot of it bouncing backwards and forwards. And we've seen that during the actual catches as well. It does tend to, because of the mass of it, it tends to have some wobble about it, or wiggle, we could call it. But yeah, as far as wiggle room, as far as contingency room, as far as allowances, I think, I mean, they know what they're doing. I always default, if I'm not too sure, it's B14.1 was a slappy tank. There we go. Thank you, chat. It's always interesting because whenever we think, or chat thinks, is that the right idea? I always default back to thinking, well, SpaceX has really thought these things out and they've proven they know what they're doing. We know that for a fact. All rocket companies know what they're doing. It's interesting that if they've opted for this approach, they now know that's a better approach than it would be if they'd gone for a mirror of Pad A's chopsticks. That's the way I tend to think about it. Right, a few more. We have Phil asks, Crispy, what type of horse is best? Frisian is the best breed. They are the most intelligent horses that you can associate yourself with. They are hilarious. They look into your soul. You cannot get anything past a Frisian horse. They're amazing. Stephen Janen, so I don't know why I was in the question queue. I put it there, obviously. Asks, can we get hours-long ASMR lift video? We will get a time lapse from Elisa. I guarantee you, Elisa is the king of these time lapses. And I'm sure there'll be one coming out as well. We are several hours away from it being attached to the tower, shall we say. This is going very slowly, but that's why they're doing it very slowly, is because they're being very careful. There we go. We're coming to the end of the stream, by the way. We've got about a minute left if I'm reading Alex's comment, right? Alex, you can tell me over the microphone if I've got a minute left.
Yeah, under a minute.
There we go. Right, so I'm going to quickly go through these. Frederick Ugana became a Padre member. Thank you for your support, and thank you for everybody supporting this one. We really do want to thank everybody who's been on the stream. It's been a 4-hour stream, which has been going on. We thought we'd only have about an hour's worth of stream, as they'd lift it up and take it over to tower, and we'd then watch Starbase Live. But you were able to watch the continued roll of these chopsticks on Starbase Live. But thanks to EJ, who was on earlier. Thanks to Ryan Webb. Yes?
I believe the live stream will keep being live. We're just gonna go without commentary.
Okay, so we're going to stay on this live stream rather than going to Starbase Live.
I believe that's the plan. Yes.
Okie dokie. Well, as far as the commentary side goes, thank you to EJ earlier. Thank you to Ryan Webber as well earlier. Thank you to you, Alex. Thank you for being on.
It's a pleasure, and I'm being told as well that maybe we can come back with commentary after the Starlink. It's a small pause.
Right, so it's a small pause in commentary. The stream will continue. You also have Starbase Live if you need it. But we'll also have a Starlink launch where we'll be talking on. So if you liked our voices for some reason, go to the Starlink launch, which I will pin. I will pin in the top of chat to make sure you all know where it is. But this will continue. If you're only interested in chopsticks, this will continue on just without commentary. So until we come back potentially after the Starlink launch, thanks for joining us. Until then, continue watching. Goodbye.
Carson saying just a sec. I have Starbase event open. Go.
Oh, hello. There was no countdown, just a go. It's like, oh, the surprise of our voices arriving back on stream. I did warn you, we're going to start talking again for a bit because we just paused with our commentary because we had most of our team covering the Starlink launch, which went very well, as I'm sure all of you who went in there noticed. So we're now on to back to Starbase to see where we are with the Chopsticks, and lo and behold, after about 4 hours of very slowly moving, they got a shift on. And all of a sudden, the sticks are now pretty much at Tower 2. Now, the next part of this will take a while. This is going to take a long time. So we're not going to stay alive until the chopsticks are all fixed and the crane's gone away. That's probably 24 hours at least before that happens. So what we're going to do is, we've got this live stream that still kept going. we thought we'd come back on, take a few questions, and then just bookend this live stream with a bit of talky. Thankfully, it's not just me. We have Adrian with us. Hello, Adrian.
Hello, everybody. Glad I also get my bit of chopstick talk here. And yeah, it looked like they really waited for the moment we started the Starlink coverage to really start accelerating this process. So thanks for that, SpaceX.
I was just joking in the back room there. We actually turned the microphones on a little bit sooner than I thought we would. Good job I didn't swear. That's what I just said. I could have just said that rather than type in the back room. Yep, there we go. I've not yet sworn on stream. I've been quite lucky because I'm potty mouth sometimes. So the fact that I've not sworn on stream is amazing. I don't know how I got away with it. Oh, look at that. The elevator is going up on Tower 2. That just shows it's kind of it's a working tower. You know, apart from, obviously, it's not launch capable, but it's got everything internally done on it. It's quite fascinating that the person on that lift is going up while they're still bringing the chopsticks closer. I wonder if we've got another view, Carson, we can just switch to see where we are in relation to the actual tower itself, because it's quite deceptive, this angle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's always a thing we talked about, Chris, right? We always said, like, watch for them to roll them out, because once they roll them out, it's gonna go quick. And these chopsticks are well equipped. They have so many hardware already attached, and we already know that ship QD that is somewhere in that Sanchez area. So they are probably focusing their attention on that next, and we might not be that far away from at least the tower part of this pad be quite well advanced.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing here is we were talking about this earlier. The potential is it could be used for catches, especially ship. That's what we're intimating. Ryan, I forgot his name now. Sorry, beg your pardon. Hansen, that's it. Oh God, my brain's not working this time of night. Ryan Hansen also noted it as well. So did Ryan Webber. That the sticks have got different kind of bumpers, and it kind of like intimates that they may be able to use it straight away for ship catches, which would be very interesting. I don't think we'll be seeing, as intimated, the ship catch on Flight 8. I think Flight 8 is going to try and repeat Flight 7.
Yeah.
So they can achieve the objectives, especially with the Starlinks, or Dumblinks as we call them, because they're not working Starlinks. It's not a derogatory term, it's just a fun play on the fact that they're not working Starlinks. They're just basically just there to test the deployment. And then, if all goes well with Flight 8, they'll go for the catch on the following one with the ship, which is what Elon said, because he was talking about the next mission along. So with the failure of the ship on Flight 7, they're probably going to have another flight yet before they even get close to that. So the sticks are going to get attached by then. Everything's in place. And they've still got Pad A obviously working very well for what they need to do as far as the launch capability. Now, that's the other thing we have to expect, and it might take a while yet, Adrian, is the fact that they need orbital launch mount out there, the new orbital launch mount, which is also at Sanchez, and they've got to work on the flame trench, which they're doing right now, but it's still a long while off yet. When do you think this pad will be operational? Fully operational?
Fully operational as in can host a launch and landing. Good question. I think towards somewhere like July, August, September range.
That'll work.
Yeah, I think from the moment that pad is placed, it will take like another 2, 3, 4 months to really get it integrated, because integrating a pad is not an easy, quick thing. So yeah, I think with all that considered, like maybe a pad placement around March, April, and then like readiness somewhere to the end of the summer.
Is that a school bus?
I think it could be, but I think they also use some of these school buses as shuttle buses between the sites.
Oh wow, shuttle bingo straight away. Adrian beat me to shuttle bingo. Although technically not shuttle. That's amazing. That looked like one of those typical 80s movies which you have watched, Adrian, of the American school buses, the big orange buses. That's quite fun. And this is a field trip. Yeah, Geordie brings up a good point. Could be a field trip. Do school field trips. They do it. We know it for a fact. So that's a cool thing. And that's also a nice little view of the past and the present and the future with Hopper in view there. I didn't notice Hopper until just now. But Hopper's in view there. I hope they don't move Hopper. I hope they leave Hopper in one place, because there was some intimation that they might move it internally inside the actual, I think, head office, the headquarters they built. down near the car park, or they may even scrap it. I can't for the life of me think they'd scrap it. If they leave it there at the launch site, I think that'd be the best place because it does no harm there. It's a nice little recognition to the early days, the first early days of not just Starbase, but also the launch site. The first vehicle to launch from that launch site was Hopper. So I hope they leave it where it is right now because that is always in view then, and it's always very easy to spot when you're driving down Highway 4, which is what most people can do, as you saw with that bus.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I would be a teacher in that general area, I would totally do a field trip to Boca. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? It's one of the most clearest way to demonstrate a lot of science and like what science can lead to, basically directly next to you. So I think if you want to get your class excited for science, Starbase might be a good place to do a field trip to.
I'm trying to think back to when I was at school, which was many, many, many decades ago. Our field trips. I'm trying to think of the field trips we did. We had one field trip to a museum, and it was just York's full of museums, so it's hardly a field trip because you're basically just leaving the door of the school and walking into the city. We had field trips to the Yorkshire Worlds. We had a field trip to a bog to study his biology class, to study frogs or something, and that were it. So if you're in Brownsville or a school in that area, even any parts of South Texas, get a field trip to see rockets. It's one heck of a thing, and the inspiration that might cause to school kids to think, right, I'm going to get into STEM, I'm going to try and get the right qualifications and get myself a job in the rocket industry. That's incredible. That is a real kind of flex that if Starbase can foster, say, some future employees who say, oh yeah, I got into rockets because we're on a field trip to Starbase. Our school took a field trip there. That makes perfect sense to me. D-Space, a field trip to Leeds. That's punishment. That's when you're naughty. You get sent to Leeds. Adrian, take over before I digress.
I actually thought about my field trip. I know we went to a Roman camp, like a former Roman camp area. I know we went to a closed coal mine and coal museum, stuff like that. That was our field trips.
Yeah, no rockets. Was there?
I mean, I live in West Germany. There are no rockets here. There's even the museums of rockets we have in Germany are far, far away from me, mostly.
Yep. So if you're in that area, and you don't have to be at school, you could just live in the area. You could treat it as your own field trip. You could be a grown adult person. Just say, well, I'm going to go on a field trip, and you can go and see the launch site for the world's largest, most powerful rocket ever built in humanity's history. I mean, that's what it is. That's not me playing on it. That's not me over-exaggerating it. That is simply what it is. And the chances are, especially the longer you leave it, you're going to see a rocket on the pad because the cadence is going to pick up to the point that there'll always be a vehicle at the pad. So that's going to be really interesting.
It's I really think, Chris, that right now we are limited to in terms of when SpaceX would even consider retiring Pad 1 and starting the refurbishment by the fact that they want to get a double stack picture before that. Maybe that's just me, but I think there's no way they start the Pad 1 refurbishment before they get that picture.
You know what? Of all these Raptor sides and all these streams we've done at Starbase, that has kind of vanished from my memory. The fact that they did a CGI view, it was a video in fact, of a Cybertruck, I think it was, rolling in down Highway 4, down the road you're looking at right now, to two stacks. I mean, obviously they had both towers lit up. It looked very fancified, shall we say. But that was two vehicles on a pad. That's going to be an incredible shot. And I think you're right. I think they will host two rockets on both pads before they even think about revamping Pad A just for that shot. Because that'd be the ultimate flex, wouldn't it? And there's nowhere else they can do that right now. I mean, even 39A, when 39A is ready, the most they can flex is showing maybe a Falcon Heavy on 39A and a Starship launch on the Starship tower at 39A. This is the one where they'll get that two rocket shot. Oh, that's going to be incredible. I think you're right. I think they will do that. It's very SpaceXy to do that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they really love to speak this this language through pictures. I think that's like they're really good at like making sure that their presentation really incorporates their design and everything. Like they're really, really smart about that. Look at the way how they design everything that is related to crew. You have like this very clear brand design, this white and black kind of design. Starship also has like a certain design. I really think they love to tell their stories through pictures. And I think the two towers having two starships on them is basically the strongest signal and the strongest picture they can right now deliver.
I wonder, I'm thinking back, we have watched the Chopstick install before. It doesn't necessarily mean they'll fall exactly the same way. I don't think they have as well, because we did set up the live stream thinking this would be like to this position from the lift in about an hour, and they've taken several hours to get to here. Obviously, it's probably just a different lay of the land for Part B, and that makes perfect sense. Got to do these things carefully. But I'm trying to think, do these arms, if that's the right word for it, that we see, there's 4 of them, either side of the tower, to either side of the tower, did they rotate in and latch on? I'm trying to think. Because we can see what they attach, but I just can't. To me, they seem like they need to grab hold of the tower almost.
They are getting attached to the skates. So on the legs, there are the skates that go up and down the tower, and these latches will be attached to the skates. These that are already on the tower. You can see one of them there actually on that shot. You can actually see 2. Actually, you can see all 4. I'm sorry. You can see the docking points, the skates on all sides, right next to the pins.
Yeah,
and that's where they will rotate them in. Like they will probably move that a bit in and then attach them to these skates, because that is the actual guideline that is moved down and at the tower. It's just 4 connector points.
And we've got a lot. I know this question was in the earlier part of the live stream, but it's worth reminding people just because Ryan described it quite well. I think Alex described it quite well as well later on. That just because they get it attached and the crane releases, don't expect the chopsticks to start doing their little slap tests. They have to hook up a lot of hydraulics. There's a lot of work to do yet. We know from 39A where the sticks are attached and they can move them, but they have to move them manually because it's not on hydraulics yet. So this one will need hydraulics as well. So it's a long while before we see the chopsticks working on their own power.
And even before that, we expect another weight test with objects that will result in YouTube chat to behave.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh no! It's going to be the fun X post. They look like, and then X
yeah, exactly these. Yeah, I see you, chat. I see everybody right now reacting.
Behave yourself, chat.
Behave. But yeah, these are probably coming as well, because with this being a new design, there's a good chance that they want to verify this. They want to make sure this has the carrying capacity they need, and we will see tests like that before we see any up and down movement.
So, I'm just thinking this could go on forever if we stayed live until that point. We're not going to be able to stay live until that point. I know it's nearly midnight, Adrian's time. It's 11 p.m. my time. But regardless, if there was like a launch coming up or something like that won't matter. We'd stay, obviously. We're not going to say, well, when do we stop because it's late? We don't. We keep going. But this one is a process where it lasts many, many more hours. We'll be here tomorrow during a Raptor side. We're going to do a Raptor side 2 p.m. tomorrow at Central Time. And that's like we do on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And what we'll do is we'll be able to probably catch up with where we are. And I guarantee you they'll still be working on this. They will still be working on this.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe even the attachment point still working on this. The crane, I doubt the crane will be detached by tomorrow's Raptor side.
Yeah, it's this is a multi-day process, to actually probably more a multi-week process until they are fully installed. There's so much to install. This is basically they're building a crane, right? They're attaching a giant crane onto a tower that has lots of all kinds of different ways to move, and all of these kinds of ways to move need to be attached first. Otherwise that won't work. So yeah, this is probably one of the next steps. We will see a lot of chopstick work. I expect them honestly to also move ahead quickly now with the ship QD, which still lacks outfitting, but we can probably see that fairly quick. And honestly, the pad is the bit unknown to me still, Chris. Like I could see it roll out in 2 months. It could roll out like even if they want to go faster a bit, like in a few weeks. It's so hard to predict when that pad is ready enough to be rolled out. And it's so heavy. It's going to be probably one of the biggest transports Boca has ever seen.
Yeah, and again, people who may think, hang on a minute, going to stop commentary. So we'll keep talking for another 10 minutes. We'll go to the top of the hour at least. People go, oh, we're going to stop the coverage. No. The thing with Starbase and Space Coast and McGregor, in fact, as well, even though I don't do too many live streams from McGregor, dedicated live streams on this, is we always have 24/7 coverage. The only thing that stops is us talking over it, which some people will class as a blessing, especially my voice. So what will happen is we'll continue on with Starbase Live. So you'll get to watch everything as it's happening, live 24/7, regardless of what time of night it is. We've got a great team of operators behind the scenes who make sure their cameras are moved. They read chat. Some of them interact with chat. Some of them are quite shy and they don't interact with chat, but they're all reading chat. So if someone says, oh, can you zoom in on that? Usually that gets seen and usually that gets done. So we like to keep it interactive in that way as well, where you're almost the directors. Obviously, we won't be moving cameras left, right, and centre like idiots. Like, oh, move it in, move back out, put this one on, put that one on. We'd move it on something that's of interest. The chat will spot it. That's the great thing. Chat is almost helping us as well. Chat will spot something of interest and inform us, and we'll move the camera to like a big box, so it's the main screen. If there's something interesting happening, like at the production site or something like that. So that's where it all becomes a collaborative effort, and I really enjoy how that works. So I always feel more than welcome to help our operators by telling them, by informing them if you see something of interest, and we can focus a camera on it. But what I was going to say, can I do some thanks, Adrian? Because I've just noticed.
Of course, I can also do it if you want to do it, but
I'll do it because only 3. It's easy to do.
Okay.
Dan became a PadRep member earlier. I want to make sure Dan's thanked for that because all the memberships are very much appreciated. It helps us allow all these camera views we've just been talking about. We couldn't do it without your support. And that sounds like a very YouTubey thing to say. It's like, wow, thanks to your super chats, we can do this. As if, there's channels that would never be able to. We wouldn't be able to go out and get a bank. Well, Adrian, I'm talking to the right person here, aren't I? There's no way we could go out and get a bank loan and say, well, we're going to start this YouTube channel and we're going to buy all these cameras and buy land and put camera installations and solar panels and battery boxes and all this business that I don't understand on this land we've purchased. Can we have a bank loan, please, Mr. Bank Manager? They'd say no. You have to grow the channel, which we've done. You get the right supporting, which we've had, and then you reinvest it in what we've got. That provides a better product on screen that people enjoy, more people watch, more people support, more things you can buy. Literally how it works. I can't tell you how literal that is. It really is. So we've all regenerated what you've put into us, and that's why I keep thanking people, such as Mr. One Wolfie, nice little segue there, who gifted 10 Red Team memberships, which is also fun because Mr. One Wolfie there has supported us, but also 10 people in chat have become a member for a month for free. It's one of the few YouTube things that they've done right. YouTube does a lot of things wrong. All social media platforms do a few things wrong. YouTube has done one thing right there by saying, let's do this gifted membership. I don't know how long ago gifted memberships came in, Adrian. Can you remember? It's a relatively new thing.
I think it was around Starship Flight 1. I think somewhere around there.
Yeah. But it was a new thing. So, when I first started, I was like, what's going on here? Yeah. What's this? And
yeah, absolutely.
I like it, Adrian, because what happens there is a lot of people in chat right now and on our streams and watching our channel, maybe just watching our videos after talking in chat, they're just watching our videos, and they may be massive fans of what we do, but the majority of people, I know for a fact, do not have that disposable income to start buying memberships on YouTube channels. It's not a priority thing. It's not food. It's not paying bills. It literally is like a disposable income thing, and most people, especially these days, don't have that. So when someone like Mr. One Wolfie gives 10 Red Team memberships, it means 10 people who may be in that boat. It's random how it allocates, but you can imagine there's definitely some in that case. have been given a membership for a month for free. And I do the membership stuff, so I know they're getting a good amount of content for it. It's not just your name in green and chat.
Yeah.
You actually get membership content. It's really cool. I really like that. I like the idea of it being a community where people help each other in that way. You know, I'm going long-winded here, Adrian. I'm probably babbling longer than I should be, but it's just I like to get things off my chest. I have done there.
I absolutely agree with that. I also like when we can do new things and show people what we do new things. For example, I really love that we're getting more and more very positive comments about the audio tracks on the Starbase. Like on the dailies. What's the proper wording of calling him these days?
Summary videos now.
The Starbase summaries. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's so cool because it's so much fun to like. I love listen to Das perspective. I can't listen to Alex's perspective, sadly, because I don't speak Spanish. But it's also cool for me to really dive into this deep footage right now. For example, the other day I spotted a German company called Rohrpumpen that is just delivering pumps to Starbase. So that was just a funny thing for me to see. So always cool to expand our portfolio of cool projects we can share with people here.
Hang on, say that word again. That
Rohrpumpen.
Is that a real word?
Yeah,
amazing.
Rohrpumpen means Rohrpumps.
I love that.
It's so the Ruhr is the river next to me, like very close to me, and pumps like pumps. Yeah, it's Rohrpumpen.
That needs to be sampled and turned to a dance track. Because I think it'll do really well. It's amazing. that is like ultimate German, isn't it? It's like whoop boom boom. It sounds like something out of the Wonka movie, doesn't it? Oompa Loompas. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh dear, yeah, going down a rabbit hole here now. Right, quickly to thank more people because John James did a gifted membership. I don't know if that was on my speech, but thank you, John. That was amazing. You've gifted a Red Team membership. If you do become a Red Team member via a gift, you won't know who's done it. The way it works is it doesn't tell you who gave you it. So the thing I always say is just say thanks in chat because the person who's doing those gifted Red Team memberships will see the thanks. And 9 out of 10 times it'll be that person who gifted it. So just a nice thing to do, a thanks for a gifted membership. Oh, the video's just gone unavailable for me.
No, it's fine for me.
Oh, that's weird. Well, I'll keep talking. I wonder if it's because my browser's just died on me. But either ways, I'm going to keep talking. I assume we're still live. If you still see the stream, Adrian, I heard the whoosh in the background and I see the preview still up. So we're definitely still going. My browser has crashed. Thank you, Chrome. You can tell it's end of the day for me, UK time, is when my Chrome browser just runs out of memory because it just eats memory out of my PC. There we go. One more thanks. Harry Faulkner. OG NSF crew reunion guys, a mouthful. OG NSF crew reunion for ship catch. You all rock. Also, officially love short choppies. They make pad 1 stick look wacky. Thank you, Harry. That was a tongue twister. I don't know why it was such a tongue twister. Maybe because it's my mouth, but there we go. Yeah, very much appreciated. Right. Moving quickly on. I think we've got to the top of the hour. This stream is a long one. I think I need to put a pinned comment into when the video comes off live, it'll go into an archive where it looks like a normal video. And people will see, wow, 5 hours, 6 hours, in fact, 6 hours. I will put a pinned comment in just saying that we stopped for an hour for the Starlink coverage. So people wonder why we've gone silent for an hour. They'll understand why. Otherwise, they might miss it. But thanks earlier to EJ who hosted this at the start, and thankfully did because I'll be in a position to do this, what I'm doing right now, if he didn't. So thanks to EJ for hosting it earlier on. He hosted it with Ryan Webber. Thank you to Ryan, who was working through the night and then stayed up to do the commentary and then had gone to bed afterwards because he works nights, which is amazing. Alex was also on as well. Carson's been in the background producing. Thank you to Carson. We've also had Adrian join us for this late end of the shift of the Chopstick installation. Thank you, Adrian.
Thanks for having me. I'm apparently getting tagged in chat right now to tell everybody how Liebherr is properly pronounced. That's the cranes.
And I think you've just done it.
Yes.
There we go. Yes. You can always rely on a German for correct pronunciations. There we go. Of German stuff, at least. And I've been Chris Bergen, but no one cares about that, and rightly so. We think we can end this stream now. Carson, will you give me the permission to say goodbye to everybody? And I will say goodbye to everybody, and we'll end the stream. Yeah, there we go. Carson says yes. So thanks for joining us. But again, we'll be doing more coverage from Starbase with a Raptorside chat on Starbase Live from 2 p.m. Central tomorrow. And that's where you can head right now, because that's where the coverage will continue, just without our voices. And so until then, thanks for joining us, and goodbye.
And here we go.
We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RS-68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Sliding down to SC off. Bring in SC off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting with the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? We don't need any more of these.